Good evening. Here we are again. Lomo, Processor, Robin, 90, Jan, Victor, Groves, Ulranko, Trunkly, DVRK, Diffenor, Not, Initial, Lampe. Hello, hello. Alright, yeah, floor 16, you heard right. And it's the one and only Bren that has done it. As usual, Bren for a moment loses the Walter Guard, but then climbs back and is able to able to get it back very nicely. See my 360 right now? Okay. Maybe we'll check in, also give people time to join in before we jump into the recap. Not that there's all that much to recap, it's really just the best run. But also there is an interesting strategy that we now know about floor 16. But let's get into that in a moment. Hello, Bagalis. Buller, yes, we will check what Bren has done. Kanom, hello, hello. Video game? Can you work? Oh, there it is. There's a Dips++ update. The Deep Dip plugin. Alright. Let's check in first to Simo. Hello, SMB and Tweeb. Alright. Hope everyone's doing well. Simo indeed. Pretty high up. Has made the critical slide to this plastic here. Of course, Simo has actually already beaten these sections. 1195 PB tells me that it's going to be, I think, on this jump, but I could be wrong. It could be also here on this landing, and then maybe missing that block. It's some AI, Bagalis. I'm not sure which one it is. You can ask Zertrov. Why did the two-wheel wall ride landing fail for Bren? We can think about that in a moment. Simo makes the steep plastic, now on the dirt, gets the dry wheels. So just the half pipes and could get another floor 11 attempt. I think at this point, like, it's looking like it's a bit too late to come back into the podium grind. But I do think the players also a lot of players also know that. And I don't think they really care about it that much. At this point, I think they want to finish the map as well. Timo, great line, avoids the landing bug possibility. And just a straight line should be clean enough. Back to floor 11. Improving so much. Hello, Ermely. Sigfusson. I think currently, yeah, I feel like there's 4 players contending for the win. For the podium, maybe maybe like Virtual and Shmuniel are also in contention. Yeah, I did hear something about Scrappy not really like competing anymore, but I'm not sure if that's true. Like obviously Scrappy is floor 13, it's really solid and can definitely finish the map, but I did hear something about like not playing for the win anymore. Yeah, I know that Scrappy is playing the map, but I don't know if he said something about like trying to like get to the podium. On IT, it's on Virtual TV YouTube channel, I think. Scrappy would definitely have what it takes, but like if you choose not to push for it, then you know, then also not gonna happen, right? Like I'm just thinking about what the motivation is. Oh, Simo. Oh, that's a big fall. Unless it flips here. Oh, that is so fortunate. So there's two possible saves here. One is the scary one, which gets you to the beginning of floor 11. So you can land in the beginning. And then there is the other save, which is that you drop down to the pool below. Really everything else is kind of like... Well, I mean, you can also maybe get to the plastic, honestly. Yeah, I think the plastic save is also safe. WR clip is exclamation point WR clip, but we'll go through it in a moment. Oh, Simo is going for maybe the big shortcut. It's a spooky one. I've seen Lars fail this once, and I've seen Elcon land upside down and then get the wonkiest unflip I've ever seen in my life. Kinda looks like Simo is lining up for it. Yeah, okay, well. It's not a great landing, because the slope that you need to land to is completely opposite to the car's rotation that you get. Like, you will almost certainly land upside down. Then you just hope that you flip. Bouncing here. And it will land. Oof. Simo gets it in the cleanest way we've seen so far. Anything to skip the 360, I suppose. It's such a coin flip whether it lands upside down here, but Simo gets it nicely. And another PB attempt. Yeah, I did see the Bren fall on the practice wave of the wheel hang. We'll get to this whole thing. What if you did a right flip like you do for the floor 11 hazard flip? I think you need more distance on this one. So if you commit to that, then you will just not even land on the platform. Like, you need to commit to the hard left line there. Unfortunately. Well, next attempt. Hello, big dude. Like, to do the flip, you need to do like a right press at the very end, just before you jump. Okay, clean landing, and gets it. This will be 1200. 1247 or so. 1250 in this next section. This one is a little bit spooky, mostly because it's a very blind landing. You can land pretty late into the half pipe, or the half loop. So you don't need like a perfect landing. If you land very late, then that can make you too slow to get this. And if you land too early, you can clip and lose the speed. The good news is that as long as you land somewhere into this loop, you can drop back down here, and you can do these parts again. So, we'll see. Virtual is a contender for podium, but top 1 is unlikely. The WR clip command is up to date. It is the run that you are looking for. Great landing from Simo. And into the pool. Yeah, guys, it's up to date. The WR clip, it's up to date. Yes, do I have sound? Is there audio? It's there. We have the comment. Why no clip? That is the full run from the from the last uncleared section, which is the final beam thing of floor 15. Hello Tendario and Rollo and Seek. I'm doing great. What about you, Seek? Yes, we will look at the Water Guard, but right now Simo is on a personal best, so we're gonna check how this one goes first. Ooh, a little bit far on this landing, but now Simo gets to try the big one. So the standardized strategy is back wheel next to this light here. Simo doing victory laps. Anyway, that is certainly going to be the setup that Simo will use, because it's been figured out. I don't think you want to make this harder than it already is. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe Simo just checking the lineup here, but pretty much every single person who does this, yeah, sets up here. Right there. And then landing into the quarter pipe, jumping, and most players, pretty much every single player, now is jumping to the left side, trying to hit the left back wheel onto this wall, so that the car nicely stops momentum and doesn't go too far and flips directly onto the platform. Your goal is to not go too far, because too far means you fall. So yeah, basically, if you're too slow, the run is over. You most likely bounce on the plastic and land in the middle anyway. Or you... maybe, like, one of the possible saves, if you are too slow, if you jump to the right side, is that you land to the floor 10 plastic. But almost every single person that does this is jumping further to the left side, which is unrecoverable. So you can't be too fast, can't be too slow, there's absolutely no recovery at all. So just need to nail the landing. You don't need to do the back left wheel hit on the wall, but it does help. So usually it's a little bit... it's a little bit less likely to work if you don't get that. This did take forever to figure out, and it's still, until the event is over, it's going to be one of the hardest parts of the map. So getting your attempts in on this one is a big, big moment. Even after the event, it's going to be one of the hardest parts of the map. Hi Anomaly. We're not done yet. But maybe eventually. Such a scary part, and it doesn't get much easier from there, because then you need to do the plastic, right? Landing the wall right, clean line into the plastic, then going in. But good news is that this has been figured out. Oh, thank you, Mitch. Yeah. Hi, Note. We've seen some people one-shot this. Oh, enjoy. Ezio. Timo. Taking the speed. Oh, drop down. Is this gonna land? Oh, it hits the plastic. Is it landing on floor 10? Unfortunately not. The line... Okay, well, the jump ends in floor 7, so that's something. But yeah, the line, I think, was just too wide. Basically, like, was too much on the edge of the platform all the time. And then, like, when you commit, the jump might be a little bit too low. We've seen other people go a little bit more to the, like, middle line or inside line before they commit to the jump, and that gives a bit more distance. The setup is not easy. That's definitely not the first time someone has failed the setup there. But hey, floor 7. Not that bad. And Simo getting a new personal best as well. Respectable stuff. Okay, we are going to check now what Bren did earlier today. So, Elcon last night was able to get past the ice slide, was able to get the previous ice section and got to this beam. But Elcon unfortunately didn't get this beam correctly. Was kind of hesitating and fell off the beam. Elcon on 13, gotcha. Let's see if Elcon can maybe get floor 15 run going. But Bren was able, multiple times, I think twice at least, to get to floor 16, and it starts over here. Right here. Jumper's floor. And this is the best run. This is from the end of Bren's session. So we can kind of check the first few tricks that Bren has been able to clear. So you flip onto this loop, keep the ground contact, and then land here. Try not to fall off. You need to slow down pretty quickly there. That is essentially the first section. Elcon at Elcon cut. Gotcha. And then, Bren also landing here. That seems to be just a max speed line, so nothing super crazy over there. And then, previously Bren had an attempt at this wheel hang where Bren was practicing on the other side, and unfortunately bounced off the pool in the unluckiest way, so you can fail the practice part as well. But I was kind of assuming that this wheel hang, just mechanically, wouldn't be that much trouble. And Bren gets the entry, and then just goes in. But unfortunately, lands upside down. So we can see on the inputs of Bren that there's like a release on acceleration and then a right tap. Holding right. Then holding left as well afterwards. This is very close to landing. It just like bounces on the side and then unfortunately on the other side. So I feel like the players might be able to pick up like some different input strategy. Maybe you do need to hold forward during the plastic as well. And then just somehow like slam the brakes when you land. It's kind of hard to tell from here what the landing needs to be. Forward and right, you think? Yeah, maybe. If you steer on the wall hang, you will most likely fall off, but it's speed dependent. What I know about the one khaki map that I've shown before as well. If we look at that map, Elconon 14, thank you. So if you look at Techie's inputs here, for example, in the exit, this is a different kind of an exit, so it doesn't really mean that, oh, we just copy this, but the way you fall off of this without the setup is that here, Techie releases acceleration, slows down below 40 speed, and then holds right only to land like this. So, like, it's a different scenario, but it gives you an idea, like, you basically, like, lock into this wheel hang pretty nicely. You don't really need to do much at all, like, it's just press forward, right? And then even when you release acceleration, even if you drop your speed a lot, like, you will not immediately fall. So it's, like, pretty secure once you get to it. Generally speaking. But yeah, this is, unfortunately, this is not the exit strat from there. So we're a little bit further, honestly, 2 sections in, right? We have the early loop in and then the next jump as well. 2 sections in, the third one now giving some trouble. But even though that was the best run from Bren, there's also one interesting thing that Bren did on the stream. Hold on, 1 second. So what Bren actually did on the stream was go into floor 8, practice floor. And you might be wondering why. Why would Bren at this point need to practice floor 8? But the thing is that below floor 8, on the official practice floor, there is floor 7. It hasn't been removed from there. Which means that you have these things, these blocks, these specific blocks right below. And Bren was able to find something very familiar. So if we look at this thing here, and then we check Hazard told him about it. Okay, gotcha. So if we look at that, we can see some similarities to this part. Yep. So there's this jump here where you need to drop to the ice. And whereas this one is on floor 16 and it's very difficult to get any kind of practice on it at all because you need to do the entire rest of the map before you go there. When you go into the practice floor 8 and you drop down, you will find a very similar combination of blocks. And what Bren was able to do was try out the line and make it work as well. So Bren able to try out the strategy that Hazard was already theorizing, going between these two beams, the first one and the second one, and dropping just below the second one without hitting it. So we know that that's now possible. And you don't need to make any mistakes on this part just to find a strategy. So that's a pretty big advancement. Big development. Elcon on 15, we can check in on Elcon. Players are increasingly playing in solo, I think, to just prevent, like, bad things from happening on the server. You know, there's been disconnects and everything, so you don't really want to take the risk, which is understandable. We do have Elcon permission to see the progress. But Elcon quite far still from the PB. Just entering floor 15. We do this thing. We'll check in. Because Elcon could be the next player to reach floor 16 as well. So, was able to get these first few runs. I haven't heard anything, Eva, but I'll ask. Elcon, going in. Flip. Bounce looks to be enough. Oh, it's not the greatest bounce. Plastic bounces have varying strength depending on how the car hits. That was a bit diagonal, and it can be just about anything when it's diagonal like that. If it's like fully flat upside down, usually that gives like a secure bounce, but it will still work. And we keep moving onwards. Now the wall hug, so we need to line up against the left wall. Elcon. Need to be very careful here to not take the turbos too early. Slight turn and the flip. That's gonna bounce a little bit, but it doesn't bounce the wrong direction. That's very important. I don't know if that flip is going to be like 100% secure, honestly. Maybe it's a little bit speed dependent as well, it could be. But this flip seems honestly much better than what we first thought. With the beam, Elcon does this very nicely. Maybe gets a little bit of a boost from the turbo there. But here we are. Fair enough, Balta. This is not Elcon's PB just yet, but it's getting close. There is the dragon. Right now, getting enough speed, jumping through, bouncing on the top, and Elcon will land it. The setup seems to work very well here. I feel like floor 15 is getting pretty consistent. I think it's mostly just about the rings. Because once you get also the ice strategy down, and you know the line, our players will be consistent on it. Landing in. And we're on the rings. This is the scary part. You know why Elcon isn't playing on the server? I would imagine for stability reasons. Does these rings on cam 1? That is a little scary, but hey, gives more vision. Trade-off is that you might have a harder time seeing the lines, but no problem for Elcon. Is it enough speed to jump through? Just barely. Nicely done. Hazard, for example, does that with the third camera, the internal camera. Like the first person camera. But yeah, Elcon lines those rings up perfectly. Even with this camera. Now, Elcon was the first one to get this next section. Failed the snake at the end. Elcon only needed one try at this jump. That lands pretty far. Is it gonna get the third gear? I don't know. Well, Elcon, yeah. Okay, turns around. It was pretty close to the edge, but Elcon knows what he's doing. So yeah, I think Elcon got the third gear late there, so knows that, okay, that's not gonna work. So now needs to pick up the plastic. Dirt on wheels can give you like a small zoop, but pretty much you need to like immediately go from dirt to ice to get that as you're like steering. I don't think it does it here after the airtime. And also it can make brake taps a little bit stronger, but that also doesn't apply here. So basically, the dirt wheels don't really do anything, but because you need to start the ice slide very early, it's possible that what affects you is not having icy wheels as you enter the ice. Which will make ice slides a little bit tricky. I think Elcon is watching the strategies here to make sure that the jumps work out. I would imagine. Semifying? Doing pretty well on the map here. Let me do this real quick. I can switch between these nicely. Tommy has gotten to the floor 10 before. So maybe now as well. Gets a very clean landing, but doesn't want to commit. I know I don't have game sound, by the way, because I'm alt-tapped. I'm trying to follow Elcon at the same time, so I can switch when he goes. Jumps through. Then to the left. Oh no, that's gonna bounce just off floor 12. Oh, misses the landing. Gonna be floor 8, unfortunately. Floor 8 into the pool. Could be worse. Could be a lot better, obviously, as well. Yeah. The safe routes are not very generous, I will have to say. Safe routes... They are not really floor 15 safe routes, I think. But well... It's important still. Elcon still gets to the end. In your opinion, how long would it take a complete beginner to complete this map? If you play nothing but this map, forever. But if you practice the rest of the game for like, I don't know, 1,000 hours before you go into this, you can probably manage with like, I mean, it depends. If you practice all the floors separately after the event and you play the checkpoint version and such, then I think you can learn this. But if you never play anything but this version of the map, yeah, it's going to be, like, it's so inefficient to learn anything at all on a map like this. And you need to learn extremely specific combinations of inputs. So, for example, when you need to get to the ice spin, if you're only playing this map, you need to learn the ice spin mechanic, the very specific input combination for that, on floor 10. And when you get to floor 10, you've probably already, like, spent months, at least, playing, like, every day for 10 hours. Much more, like probably a year at least, getting to floor 10 for the first time if you play every single day. Like, yeah, if you play this map for like 3,000 hours as a completely new player, you'll probably eventually get to like the halfway point or so. But yeah, like even that sounds pretty optimistic, honestly. It is so incredibly difficult. I think it would take me 1,000 hours to finish this map. And I've played the game quite a bit. Tammy, back to floor 10. Very nicely done. But yeah, no, Hefa, I haven't heard about, like, the players, like... Not really sure. They will probably play more in solo. Because they want to avoid bad things happening on servers. I've also, like, all of my Trackmania grinds, for example, I always did in solo because server stuff would happen, like disconnects and such like this, so, you know. So you want to play in solo just because you're a little bit paranoid, and for a reason as well. So I'm not really sure how we're gonna, like, watch those runs. Maybe we just don't show the game and we just do the cast, and then people will go to their streams to watch the game. Tonight I'll message all of our, like, top 4 players, and I'll ask what they think, and if they think that, you know, I shouldn't restream, then that's fine. Oh yeah, if I practiced this map in the editor, I also think I would probably be able to do this map in under... no, not under 200 hours. I don't think so. I think it would probably take... maybe under 400 hours, I think. Yeah, Brent doesn't right now play when I'm live anyway. Suppose I could check, just in case. Tammy has like one 70, 80 or something. It's like a lot of hours. Hello, Jacob. Not really sure if if it's below average. The floors were ordered by difficulty somewhat. So they built all the floors, like, so that they didn't know where the floors would end up. And yeah, the mappers didn't know what the floor they were building necessarily. Sparkling W is the main organizer behind the event. So Sparkling built the floor 0 and the very final ending of the map. Final jump. Everything else is kind of ordered by difficulty. Okay, Tommy, trying to find the line here. Getting some progress on floor 10. Important. So jumping through. Floor 4 is also by Sparkling W, but floor 0 and the final jump are also by Sparkling. I will play this map after the top 3 finish, yes. Finally. Alright, so now just facing upwards, accelerating, and then ice slide. Does it. And gets it nicely. Very well done. I think this might be a PB. Will you also finish it? Maybe the checkpoint version. Ren allowed Lars to react up to floor 16, none included. After Lars asked. Okay, I'll just message. I'll just message Bren. And Hazard and Elcon and Lars. All of the people who are currently in contention for win. I will stream my attempts on this map, yes. We'll ask the top players what they think of the casting when it comes to like the final few runs. If they don't want to be restreamed, because if they don't play on the server, then restreaming is the only thing. That's completely fine. And what we can do instead is just not show anything of their stream, and we will just do the cast, and people can have 2 streams open, right? They can have the gameplay stream from the player, and then we will do the cast here, so, you know, that should be fine, I would imagine. Tommy, now on the beam jump, going on to the ice, to the dirt, water. There's a lot left on this floor. There's maybe the first 4th cleared right now, but this next part hasn't been too difficult. I think the hardest part about this is actually just landing this beam jump over here. That's like the sort of main difficulty. The main way to fail this is just missing this pipe jump somehow. Whether it's jumping slightly on the side of the pipe so you don't get enough height, or it could be something else as well. We can check the, yeah, the ice part strategy. Sammy gets the first landing, and now just needs to commit. Just go for it, get the speed, jump. It's gonna land. It's much easier to chain. You don't want to back off here. You want to chain it, because otherwise you need to go here to get like a safe recovery. So that is a very good PB. Now up the ice over here. And I think this is what Sammy failed last time. Taking things very carefully, just like, you know, making sure that everything's working, right? Remembers every strat. So yeah, this slide the dirt zoop up, sliding over here. So snow, that's this surface here. Very slippery, very slow, much more than ice. So you can kind of like do the same techniques as on ice, but you are very, very slow on it. Hello, Jerry. I'm very much enjoying the event. Oh, typing work. What are the chances that the finish starts an intro trailer and teleports us to the real map? Maybe it fades to black and shows the Skyrim opening. Semifying. Ready to go. Maybe. There we are. Just a lot of speed over the snow. And now, this is the PB attempt as far as I know. Oh, needs to stick to the dirt. It's very steep. It's like, it doesn't look as steep as it really is. It's pretty dangerous. Kind of deceiving. Oh, goes a bit far. Oh, this looks difficult to save, but okay. Doesn't hit the pole there. That is really crucial. The pole might push you in the wrong angle. Elcon is chaining this entire section these days, yes. Saves like 10 seconds at least. Well, Sammy should be enough speed, zoops in, doesn't hit the bush this time, and makes it to the ice. That is a new personal best. Great progress. And now can get rid of the icy wheels. So we'll probably go back to the ice, honestly, and just scout ahead. Or maybe he already knows what to do here. It's not that crazy. You just need to jump through. There we are. And now you can chill here. Beams, beams, beams. These two parts have been pretty difficult for a lot of players, and they don't look that hard necessarily. But the trick is that, well, the first one, you just build as much speed as possible. Jumping through, landing here. You can jump way further than this. This is not like a very calculated landing. But then this next one, you want to jump from the beam. And that is different from falling off the beam, which means that you really need to push like this dangerous inside line a little bit, so that you can then kind of flick up to the left over here, because that's what gives you the height to actually make it to the pool. If you go on the left side, then you will just drop down, right? There's no way you're making this jump, because you're dropping down. You're not jumping, you're dropping down here. Whereas if you're in the inside line, now you're jumping up and landing here. So that is the difficulty, and you can make it even if you're kind of in the middle, but it gets very dicey. So you would rather have like a more of an inside line entry, and then just try to get the timing right. Get into the pool. As long as you land to the pool, you're fine. But landing into the pool is the difficult part. And then it's the ice spin. If you make this section, you're at the spin. 360. And that's a pretty memorable section on the map. $178 hours. Whew. I think the top players are currently getting towards like 200. Have they released any more practice floors? Last night, floor 9. Or was it 2 nights ago? I think it was 2 days ago, actually. But nothing further. I feel like, honestly, there will be a first finisher before we get any other practice floors. It might even be that floor 9 will be the last one, or maybe they'll release floor 10 before the end of the event. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be more practice floors during the events. And once we have 3 finishers, the event is over, they'll release all of them. Yeah, floor 12 could be really fun if you can like chain the sections somehow. Yeah, Logi, we did go through it. And now there seems to be a strategy for the floor 16 section. Everybody's falling, it seems, except Semifying. Tali has actually made it to floor 10 as well. Very solid. But now... Okay, very good line. This will definitely make the jump. There we are, and chaining this as well. Low line, jumping through. Is it enough? Oh no, it's so close. Might land on the dirt though. Oh, it's upside down. Might be able to fall off from here, but that's about the best you can do. And then you hope it lands somewhere at all, but floor 7 is the closest one below. Nah, of course not. It's gonna be it. It is a personal best. It is a personal best. So, still a very good run. And that was very close. Just a little bit too low on the jump still. So yeah, it's a really tricky section because you really need the speed, but you also need the inside line and the push here. We've seen some players adapt to this section so that if they feel like they are going like too far to the middle, they actually just slow down around here and they really push for that inside line to get the highest possible jump. So it seems like the jump height is going to be a little bit more important than the speed here. It's still a pretty long jump, so you can't really underestimate the distance either, but it's a great first attempt for sure. Almost on the spin, and the spin is going to be the next big challenge. Great camera angle. Or it's moving backwards. So the floor 8 trick. So we can now go through the ice slide strategy as well that Elcon was able to do. But okay, so on floor 16 we have this section. You go over here and then you're here. So at this point you need to jump somehow to the ice. And this was a big question mark, a hard thing to figure out, unusual section, and something that's just like not very easy to practice when it's this late in the map. So the idea was, Hazard's idea was that you can maybe jump over the first beam here and land below the second one and make this landing. And then what Hazard and Bren came up with, and what Bren ultimately tried, was they noticed that when you go to floor 8 practice map, it starts here. And when you're on floor 8, you can drop down over here. And then you can further drop down all the way here. And you might notice something similar. So, this is a very similar scenario where you kind of have like the same kinds of blocks. And Bren was able to test out the idea of jumping over the first beam, and if it was possible to then go below the second one, and it worked. We have a clip of it from Bren's stream now that it is possible. It's very barely possible. You almost hit your head onto this, but we know that might be a strategy that this can work with. Shmaniel, you reached floor 14. God damn, dude. 1500 meters. You sure you're not going for the podium? Let's go, dude. Which part of 14? The very beginning? Is it the whole clip? Feel like playing less is better? Yeah, honestly, there's a point to it. 2 runs today and both PB'd. God. Is it the whole clip or the very first ramp? Oh, you're still alive. Are you streaming? Probably not streaming if you're here. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Well, let us know how it goes. Best of luck. But yeah, there's a point to that. Like, playing less definitely can be a strat. And I noticed this myself as well when I was speedrunning at some point. Where, basically, when you do like 8-10 hour sessions, just like the mental sort of strain, like you feel so drained, that's probably affecting your performance more than what the extra hours are actually giving you. So like doing like 4 or 5 hour sessions was much more efficient for me just because I wasn't so goddamn exhausted all the time. And also, like, you will not be playing on full focus for 10 hours anyway. No one is. So, I feel like the 10-hour sessions are really good when you need to learn, like, a lot of things quickly that are not so difficult to learn. Which can be, like, the early map, right? And then when you get further onto the map, it can be better that you focus on like the actual efficiency of the attempts, because one small mistake becomes so much more costly. Please do not use my stream to trash talk other streamers. Thank you. That's actually most likely applicable to studies and a lot of other things too. For sure, yeah. Like there are cases where just like doing ridiculous hours is going to work, but when you're trying to do something that requires this much focus, as you know, getting to floor 14 is, then it might be better to do. Some smaller sessions. Hellseal, I'm doing great. What about you? So, we were talking about the ice slide. Ice slide over here as well. So that was figured out by Elcon. We were kind of on the right track with it. So the solution was to land clean, get the third gear before you start the ice slide, sliding through, jumping clean, and then doing the dirt zoop with the brake tap. Don't need to spin around, don't need to do the 360, so I guess that was kind of like not necessary at the end, but you land clean on the ice and you make this jump, and then you just smash into the fence. So I removed it, go ahead, because it's too hard right now during the event to fit those in, and I just end up refunding them. So I will add it back after the whole event. We can check in on floor 16 in a moment. As well. But let me show what Elcon was able to do. So Elcon... So this is Elcon from yesterday. Oh, work. Okay, Elcon. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this was the Elcon's first attempt. Clean landing, third gear, sliding through, gets enough speed, and then the zoop with the brake tap, and then corrects the line. But Elcon's first attempt, for some reason, he did like some kind of a panic spin as well, but was able to clear it afterwards. So it was already enough there. But on second attempt was actually able to clear it as well. And now Bren has been able to do this too. So this was the strat. Landing clean, third gear before the ice slide, which is 160 speed. Jump through, and you notice the brake tap. 2 brake taps actually. Clean landing, just straight forward, landing here. That's how it works. So especially the brake taps here are essential. So what they actually do is they extend the line and give you a small speed boost. So Elcon does like 2 quick brake taps, doesn't slide through, gains a little bit of speed. Can we actually see the speed on the speedometer, maybe? So here's the gear shift just before the ice slide. It's kind of hard to see as well. But yeah, here, can we actually see the small speed boost here? First brake tap. Yeah, you can see how the speed gets to like 185 with the 2 brake taps. And Elcon lands clean and is able to make this. It's a very unusual thing, and I actually didn't believe that we would have this on this map, but so there it is. So that was what has to be done there. So Elcon did not get through the snake, but Bren was able to do so at the end. Floor 16 is here, so you get back here behind the turbos, then you go back, go over, don't lose contact with the wall, jump over here, and then quickly slow down. Bren is doing so by drifting to the left. So landing very clean. There's a small hole here, but at least you land to the dirt below if you fail. So this slowdown, probably the most forgiving section of the entire floor, unless you fall to the other side. Then it's just about the most punishing. Then you go here, land here. This seems to just be a full speed jump. Not too much issue there. And then the wheel hang, and that is what Bren is currently trying to solve. The wheel hang itself that one is fine. That one seems fine. But then Bren landed upside down on the plastic, and that's usually bad. So the input combination to exit this clean, that's kind of missing still, but that's what our players are figuring out. Well, then the plastic, landing here, getting speed, jumping here, jumping here, jumping here. And now the players have on the practice floor, floor 8, failed 1522 meters. Okay. Which part is that? Is it on the first turbo yet? Landed on 11 is quite the achievement, honestly. Wait, hold on. Is it the passive aggressive smiley pool? It's the passive aggressive smiley pool. Super sick. Well, have fun with the recovery. There is one. So you can get back to this floor at least. I think it is just jumping over these parts and then this small ramp here to get back to the high jump. No one has done that before, from what I know, by the way. I haven't seen that, so good luck. But yeah, good job. So you failed the quarter pipes, right? God, where is it? Can't find anything on this map. Here. Yeah, this one. It usually would be this one, right? Because this one is above the pool. Thank you, Mo, for the gift up to Shmanil. Yeah, this one is a tricky one. Really, really difficult section. Might be the, like, hardest section, honestly. But at least someone placed this pool here. So, at least they recognized the difficulty. Hello, J-Dog. So yeah, okay, so you go over here, and now this one the players were able to test out on floor 7. They were able to try it out, like we just talked about, in the scenery part of floor 7, which have the similar, like, block setups. So they were able to kind of, like, check out how this might work, and it seems like the strat will indeed be jumping below the second beam, landing onto the ice, then immediately sliding so you don't fall off. Then going here, and there's another practice area here, if you need to practice, and players probably will. So you take the turbo, go around, this is the actual route. Jumping here, jumping over here, landing here. Then another dirt zoop to the left, which does have a wall, very generously. Jumping over there, and then over the beam, avoiding the flags. I'm being told that this is, like, reasonable. Probably not the hardest part, but this will be pretty rough, right? Turbo, now you go into the wall right. And what you do with this wall right is you keep, like, a 45-degree upward angle. You try not to go too high, too low, and then go to the plastic here. And now you need to switch direction. You need to start going to the other direction. Go over here and then flip onto this platform. And I think these narrow sections can be pretty scary. The flip over is definitely scary because the landing area looks kind of cursed. And I have no idea. I've never seen this turnaround. I've never seen this kind of a turnaround. So you will be able to practice it here at least, because this practice section also does have the plastic block. So we'll see how that works. But it's a very punishing fail if you have to fall. It's like floor 13 at best. If you manage to clear that out though, then you jump here, go here, land, jump, and try not to go too far. And then the patience test. Over here. And now over the beam. And this is a sketchy section. You need to somehow, like, just full send. You need to go into this ramp. Notice that there's a corner right here. So it's a very narrow section, and you will likely have 2 left wheels off the beam. Which means that you need to somehow 2-wheel full send this line here and hope that you get it right. That is the end of floor 16. And then you keep going towards the end. These are pretty trivial jumps. Jump over here, climb, go over, there's a beam, and now you're in the final jump. From here, you're gonna try to get the best possible speed by driving on this surface here. This is a non-slippery surface, essentially the same as tarmac. You run in circles, and once you feel like you have enough speed, you go, and you have 1 chance at this jump. So you jump, and if you reach the height of the red line here, the red light, that's gonna be the finish. And if you don't, you... Hold on. It's gonna be a press forward jump though. There's nothing else you need to do, you just go forward. You jump. Hello, Martimus. Scrappy on PB, okay. Scrappy not on the server. But we will get updates on that. Oh, Samir. Pretty weak turtle, but good save, good save. We'll be able to keep this one up. My friend asked me how many tries it would take me to complete Deep Dive 2. I have like 600 hours and I said 30,000 tries. I mean, what is a try? That's kind of the thing. Because some of these runs that we see from people, like Samir right now is on a 1 hour, 10-minute run. Has been, you know, to higher floors and falling down to lower floors and, you know, kind of depends, right? Would be easier to quantify in, like, hours, I feel. How many hours it would take. I think the finish is exactly at 2,000 meters, yeah. Scrappy falling, oh. It happens, tends to happen on this map, unfortunately. I mean, actually, oh, maybe not chaining that one gets that little bit of airtime. Fell to floor 10, that is not too bad. It's pretty unlikely to save yourself on floor 10. Getting the blessing here. And we keep going on floor 8. Jump over here. There we are. Juliana has floor 9 PB. Also great progress. Going for the safe way here, as a lot of people do. Like, it's really only the top players right now who are going for the shortcut way. Yeah, we did see CMOS runs a little bit. Getting a new PB on floor 11. It is, literally. Hazard just went live. Okay, okay. Only playing in solo. I would need to ask Hazard about restreaming as well. Pretty much every single player is right now playing in solo to avoid any, like, server hiccups, any lags or anything, most likely. Where is Elcon? On 13. We can switch to Elcon when he's closer to the PB. We'll mainly focus on the server until someone's like contesting like floor 16, really. Juliano also getting to the blessing. Let me do this also. A lot of these players on good grinds. You don't need to be on the server for the final run, no. As long as your run is streamed from beginning to end. Which player has surprised you the most during this event and why? I don't know if there's too many surprises, honestly. I feel like it's kind of gone in the way that I would have expected it to go. I feel like, I suppose one thing is that I was kind of thinking Skandir would be contending for the win, but I've heard that Skandir has like exams or something, so that kind of makes sense, right? I don't know if that's like a surprise. It was something that I was thinking in the very beginning that Skandir would probably be like top 3, but I guess unfortunate timing in that sense. I don't really... yeah, I feel like I already know all these top players, and I know that they would have gone pretty far, and I also knew that, you know, a lot of these players like Juliano, Temi, Simo would be able to get these big grinds going, because they've been through these kinds of grinds before, right? Were you surprised to see Bren Algaib getting as far as he did 3 or 4 times today? Is it progressing kind of like expected? I don't think it's entirely surprising, but it is like very impressive consistency. Tami is currently floor 8. It's the usual save. It's the usual save that happens when you miss this first quarter pipe. This kind of landing. So, yeah. We can actually see the mistake from the skid marks. So it's just taking like too much of a side jump here. You need to go like parallel to the walls at the very end, but those skid marks point a little bit too far to the left, so I'm gonna hit somewhere here and fall all the way down. Consistency is improving a lot. We'll see if our players can get towards that ice floor. Juliano actually pretty close to PB. It's going to be the next quarter pipe jump. Probably has failed the next section. That's most likely it. That is a tricky landing. Good air brake though. Saves it here and now can do the recovery. Not sure if Juliana has done this before, but you can jump over here, get to the right, and go over here as well. So then you just restart the floor. So yeah, pretty generous save here. Already getting this one done. Fortunate flip. Need to be really careful, I guess, with this lamp. Generally speaking, if you get a lot of speed for this, it's gonna be a little safer. You will basically just crash into this wall and slow down that way, so it's usually okay. Fix the save call and just jump to the start of 11 and insta-fail the next jump. That is a really good PB though, still. Floor 14 is close. A few more to go. Okay, Juliano doesn't climb the turbo, but good thinking, recovers, just going backwards, starts this section again. So I'm getting back as well. Really, we see like a huge difference between floor 7 and floor 8 and 9, because these recovery ways are so generous. On 8 and 9 both. Just so much easier to do. Did anyone else even get close to floor 16 since this morning? I'm not sure what Hazard's session today has been. Elcon might be the next to get to floor 16 though. Currently the closest one. And probably has like the most promising floor 15 right now. I do think Hazard was playing earlier today already. I'm not really sure what the PBs were. Semi-buck here. This quarter pipe section, that's really the tricky one, and you just need to... What you need to do here is just make sure that you don't fail it in a way that puts you back to floor 8. That's the main thing, really. Kill Sky. Could the finish happen tonight? I doubt it. There's like, there's 2 difficult sections that are not figured out yet. Honestly, like, figuring out the drop down onto the ice part on floor 16 by testing it out on like the floor 8 practice map that Brent did. That's gonna speed this up a lot. Like, if someone just gets to floor 16 and is able to one-shot the dirt wall ride, then it could happen, honestly. It could already happen. If someone can get this going. Juliano, I think, on a PB already. Both fairly close though. Tamino, chaining this as well, probably has been playing the practice floor that has been released. Much more confident. It's a pretty huge thing. Oh, Juliano trying. Oh, that's very good. And lands it as well. That is a personal best. Now needs to do the final quarter pipe section, the plastic bones over here, and then the jump onto this beam here, or this pole. Really like the early issues that we had with this landing, where people would constantly land upside down. We don't really see those too much anymore. Oh, this is a bit short. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Maybe floor 8 save. Oh, it's upside down, trying to fall off from here, and I think it will happen, but where? I think it's, yeah, not very good, unfortunately. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. I don't think the car is even moving forwards. Yeah. I mean, if it's most backwards, that could actually be better. As long as it gets to this pool, which it might. Oh, hey, that's not too bad. It's actually much better than falling to floor 5. So, I suppose no issue. But is the car actually moving? Or is it kind of stuck? I think it's moving extremely slowly. Moving somewhere. It's moving like towards the side, I think. Well, we'll check in on that. Samino getting to the high jump, and now needs to get like a safe line. I feel like, oh, going for the high jump this time. Trying out the hazard strategy. That's a bit too slow. Kind of doing so. Sort of doing like a different line from hazard as well. It's like a slightly lower jump. So with the setup that hazard does, but then not jumping quite as high. So do we now have like low jump, low high jump, high low jump, and high jump? Actually have 4 strategies. Alright. Let's see if it works. Mid jump. I suppose it can work. Kind of the idea with this line is though that you would get like a less clean landing, but ultimately end up getting the speed from the drop down. I suppose you can get a cleaner landing if you do a lower jump, but okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, interesting. It is enough speed, and it will work. Okay, really interesting line. So it kind of combines the like Lars strategy of taking the speed from here, and then doing like a higher jump. And it combines that with the hazard line of going around here and doing a very high jump over here. Interesting, yeah. Fourth strat here, but it looks to work. So currently, Lars is the only one doing the low, high jump. Oh, this is very close. Oh, barely drops off the platform. Now we need to hope that the car flips. It will. There's a recovery here as well. You need to drop down to this beam and then go around, and now you can do the whole floor again. So at least there's a recovery, even if you do need to do a bunch of stuff one more time. But yeah, we do have the Lars line. Which Lars is the only one to do this kind of like a low line with the high jump. Then we have Sami, to the best of my knowledge, the only one doing this high line with the low jump. And then we have Hazard doing the high line with the high jump. And then everybody else is basically just jumping off the quarter pipe. just dropping off of it. So they take the line from here, they go through here, and then they drop off from the quarter pipe, landing clean here. And that looks to be like the most retryable strategy, because as long as you're just dropping off parallel to the walls, you land here, and you are going to land on the quarter pipe without completely messing this up. Which makes it so that what cannot happen is that you would jump to this wall, which would drop you down to the previous floor. So you can kind of like farm a good attempt with that strat, and once you get a clean line, you can just commit, you get a lot of speed, and you land here. So it seems like the most retryable strat, but I guess everyone will go for whatever they feel most comfortable with. It's not just like being able to retry the strategy, but also, of course, like getting the correct speed with it. So if you feel like the low jump doesn't really fit you, it doesn't give you the correct speed ever, then it might be better to just not do it. It's hard to say what the inputs need to be from the wheel hang. We kind of knew that it was a danger to land that upside down, but yeah, it's hard to say what exactly you should do. Like, one thing it might still be is that you need to somehow like slow down the car and land backwards for the car to get like a consistent flip. It's similar to how you do the final pole landing on this floor. The reason why players are landing it with the back wheels is because that's like a safe way to make sure that you don't flip upside down. Initially, players were doing this final quarter pipe on this floor, landing sideways, and that was pretty dangerous. So it could be that this floor 16 section is similar. Hard to say. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, it's really hard to say. There's just about anything that can happen with inputs like that. It can be really strange. Sometimes too, like what ends up being the most consistent strat. Clever getting some progress done too has also been to floor 10. We currently, I think, have quite a few players on floor 10. We have, actually? No, I think this is floor 11 already. I know that Skandir's PB is floor 11. So I think the 1172 might be as well. But Bijan's, Matt, Ixon, Granadi, Tammy, Talibert, and Hugo. All on floor 10. Not bad. Hazard and Elcon are not playing on the server. Will Deep 2 fall before this month ends? It's possible. It could take a couple more days. I feel like this week is looking very likely though. Giuliano in the pool recovery. has actually made it in the end. So the car did move far enough. Lobatu. Bijans was playing on the public servers, I think, or in solo, but not... I don't think Bijans is whitelisted on this server. Maybe hasn't applied to the server. Playing off the server is most likely just to avoid weird things happening on servers. Like, you know, you can get disconnects or lag spikes or such. And you usually have better performance, better FPS off the server as well. So now that we're going to floor 16, I feel like players are, you know, making sure that absolutely everything is in their favor. Because it's not that much stuff anymore. Like less than 10 sections right now to be cleared. So this is the benefit of being able to just somehow land into the quarter pipe. Once you get comfortable with this section, you know that, okay, I need 230 speed or so. And then I can make it up here. So you can just farm that speed, because every time you can just climb back and get to the whole block again. I do find this this line interesting though. It looks like a little bit difficult line to get. But I mean, looks to give pretty good speed too. But this is the danger. This is the danger that if you don't get the line towards the quarter pipe, then you risk hitting this wall. And you risk falling back to floor 8. So, like, I feel like the drop down from here, just quarter pipe to quarter pipe, is still the most, like, retriable way. What Sami needs to do is jump high enough here so that the wall lines the car up towards the quarter pipe, basically. This is too far again, and this is the danger. That is the danger. Looks a bit spooky. I mean, the recovery is still there, it's just longer, I suppose. And the speed is good. If you get the speed, if you get the line, a very clean landing, of course. And the speed will be correct. So, like, if you need, like, 15 attempts on the other line to get the correct speed, then maybe this will be a bit more efficient. Giuliano making it back to floor 9 as well. So currently on floor 16, we can count. So, first section is this, right? This whole thing is the first section. Jumping over here, that's the end of section 1. Then, second section, this jump. Third section, here. So, Bren has cleared 2 sections so far, failed the third one. Then you have this landing. We'll just count like every section that's sort of separate, that doesn't need to be chained. So that is number 4. Then you chain this over here, number 5. This landing, number 6. This turnaround jump, number 7. the zoop, jumping here, number 8, and around the flags here, number 9, the dirt wall ride all the way here, number 10, landing here. Is this a section? This looks failable. This looks failable. Maybe we count this as well. So 11, I guess. And then 12. This is, I wouldn't count this as a section though. This one is gonna be fine. 13. 13, I think this is the last one. Okay, so 13 sections total that are like viably failable. So currently 2 have been cleared of the 13, basically. Thank you, Butscan Dog, for the prime. Much appreciate that. On the Edge is the floor name? Okay. Didn't actually know that. We'll be following Hazard and Elcon's runs from their streams even though they're not on the server. So Elcon did give me permission to watch the streams earlier, though I should probably double check if he's still fine with it now that we're getting closer to the end. I haven't been able to ask Hazard yet, so I'll probably not show those today, but I'll ask all of the top players tonight if they're okay with it. Don't understand how they can get speed from the dirt wall ride with the flags on that beam. There's a turbo. Hazard was fine when with Janik when he has today. Okay, well I'll still check with Hazard. Maybe Hazard doesn't like me or something. That's a joke, by the way. Before there's another drama cycle again. Oh, Sammy, a little bit short on this jump. Is it gonna flip? Oh, the turtle, a little bit active, but not enough. They do have the Danish connection, that's true. Oh, Juliano, a little bit too slow for this, but it's a personal best. There's a little bit of a recovery. So 2 possible ways. One easier one is that you just jump here, but it is possible that you also gather speed and have a very wonky landing here with an air brake, and you bounce over here and you land here. So that's possible, but it's first. Let's see, someone will maybe give Juliano the tips, because I'm not supposed to weigh in. But yeah, the safe recovery is a safe recovery, so yeah. Landing here works just fine. Makes the call, and it works out. So yeah, on the dirt thing, like, you have the turbo, and I mean, you will be able to test this one. This is the exact same setup as you have here, minus the small plastic block, and also the turbo position. I suppose it's a little bit different because of some reason, I don't know, ask Jumper. But functionally, this is the same thing. Same setup. So you should be able to build the speed. In fact, I feel like this would be much worse if you had too much speed, because then you would need to somehow like find a way to slow down just enough and then get the grip. So I feel like if it's calculated so that you get exactly the speed that you need to get to this wall right here, that's probably going to be better. So we'll see. We'll see how it actually works when people get there, though. At least there's that practice section. Juliana also kind of doing the Lars line. Sort of the higher version of this jump. Poor Sammy. trying to push the car. Oh no, I don't think it works. I don't think it works this way. That is unfortunate. To be fair though, Tommy has been getting here very consistently. Very good progress. Feel like it's not gonna be too long until Tommy actually gets to... Ooh, dangerous. Dangerous roof hit there. Yeah, I feel like it's not gonna be too long. Not too many days until Tommy is on floor 11. There we go, recoveries. Done. Is it true that you have drama with 66 people? Yes. $16 different dramas. Simultaneously. It's interesting how we kind of see an even distribution with different strats. That's a bit closer maybe to the Elcon line. And it works out. Nicely done. Yeah, I did see Bren fail the wheel hang practice section. Probably will not go for that again. Seems to have a pretty good feel for the actual trick already. Air brake landing, and let's see if Juliana can do this again. Lining up the back wheels here and lands it clean. So this is kind of what players ended up doing here to avoid landing upside down. And I think it's possible that the wheel hang could exit in a similar way somehow. I'm not sure how exactly you would force the car to flip like back first onto the plastic on floor 16, but I think it might end up somehow being possible. This is a PB attempt, yeah. I think it's gonna be this next jump here. Clip the landing last time. So now just trying to get the speed. Is it landing? Yes, and floor 10. It will work. Nicely done. Maverick's floor. Ice gold. Now gets to do some ice tricks. Some dirt swoops, some landings, some ice slides, some snow climbing, some pipes as well, and then of course the ice spin, and at the end the half pipes. One of the trickiest floors to learn. One of the trickiest floors to find the strats for, but at this point, everything has kind of been figured out. Strats are there, we know what to do. And a lot of this is not that difficult once you get your first few attempts in. As in, not too difficult for players of this skill level. We'll finish after Bren, Hazard, Elcon and Lars. We'll see. I mean, it could be that someone will kind of jump in between those as well. Manil reached floor 14 today. Definitely could still, I think, get to the podium. Even if Shmanil is just aiming to finish the map. Not really, I guess, too concerned about the podium grind. Could be virtual, could be Scrappy, could be Simo. Juliano making it to the dirt section, and here you back onto the ice, get the icy wheels and zoop through. We see the same technique being used on floor 15. So when you get to this ice slide over here, where is it? Oh, it's higher. You do need to do the same technique, the zoop, but this time with a brake tap. So, and actually there's a section also on floor 16 where you need to do this same zoop technique. So this is 3 times on the map. Juliano, great line, just needs to correct the line a bit to land on the plastic, and there we are. Well done. Very good. Now the ice slide can be very failable. It looks so much easier than what it actually is, but you need to be able to slow yourself down when you're slipping off this steep block and then start the ice slide at the right timing. End is the, yeah, on the scale on the left side, end is the end of floor 16, fin is the end of the map. Final jump, basically. Hazard on 14, gotcha. We can check in on Hazard when that run reaches the half point of floor 15. You can of course find it there. Alright, Giuliano. Careful, slowdown looks good. Starts the ice slide. Very nice. Giuliano has been grinding some campaign water guards a bunch, and I feel like that gives you a pretty good control of this kind of like map where you need a very general skill set. Wasn't Giuliano battling with Virtual on the ice shortcut map on the previous season as well? I think it was Giuliano. And definitely not the first Walter Guard grind for Giuliano either. Yeah. So definitely knows how to do ice slides. Nothing new. The pipes are a bit specific to this kind of a map though. Not really a usual thing to have outside of Royal maps, which is a pretty specific style. And also the RPG style. Turbo, plastic. Gets the gear and jumps through. Is it enough? Cars are floating. But hey, it's probably fine for the players. Checking the voice line, getting here for the first time, so hearing these voice lines that are on the map as well. Hazard fell on the floor 14 beam jump. Yeah, that one's probably the hardest part of the floor still. Maybe, like there's 2 parts that seem to give the most trouble. One is the beam jump, which is over here. So you do the quarter pipe jump, land here, and then land on this beam. If you're a little bit slow on speed, you can get like a weird bounce on this beam and fall like to the side. And then there's also the quarter pipe jump a little bit later here, where you need to jump to the right over to this platform. So that is a difficult one for sure. This final ceiling thing I think is going better for pretty much everyone. It's a very strange section. Very dank section, but I think it's less of a problem now. Yeah, Giuliano on a personal best. We'll get the 1100 meters here. So next, just climbing onto the ice, avoiding the hole, and then onto the dirt. And you need to chain this entire section. So you go like this, go onto the beam, get the speed, zoop through, slide over the snow, and get that done. Hello, Stephanie. Let's see. Gets to the ice. Now, no stopping. Well, it can be a little bit risky at least. Oh, you don't want to go to the ice too much. It's a very steep hill. Gets the beam. This is a good line. And then slightly across the ice into the slide. That is perfect. Very, very solid one shot. And now, already going. Just gets this jump and now can rest a little bit before trying these beams that we saw Sammy drop down from just a little bit ago. Was it Sammy? I think so. So yeah, again, you want to specifically jump over here. You don't want to drop down. That's not going to be enough speed, not enough height. Well, it might be enough speed, but not enough height. Specifically needs to be a jump. So a little bit of a strange line, maybe. The first one you can do, you can stop here, but pretty much everyone is chaining this. I don't really know why, actually. I don't know why everyone is chaining this. Maybe because they look at someone else who is chaining it, and then they're like, okay, well, I will chain this too. But you can definitely just stop here and start from here and get like a more controlled line. And if anything, I feel like you would be able to pick up like a more consistent strat for this section by not chaining it. Oh, a little bit on the left side, but does land, and Juliano can take a breather here. Now the low line. Is it gonna reach? Yes! Very good one shot. This is a huge run from Juliano. Not only getting a PB onto floor 9, but one-shotting the entire floor 10 up to the ice spin. That is really impressive. And now gets to try this thing. Wet ice wheels. They don't do anything on ice, but they do transform plastic basically into ice. So where we can see that these are two different surfaces, plastic and ice. They are basically the same thing. They act in the same way when you have the wet icy wheels. So your goal here, go here, get the second gear, 100 speed. And as you get the second gear, then you start an ice slide. And you keep that ice slide until this point, and then you're going to brake tap very heavily, like hold brake for a second. The car will turn facing upwards, and at this point you want to switch the inputs so that you actually counter steer again. Release the brake, counter steer, then you get the angle, and this is why you need to do the 360, because now when you've done the 360, you have the angle to go to the jump. If you don't do the ice spin, if you just kind of try to balance yourself on the ice, you will spend too much time sideways, not getting the speed, not getting a good line, and you will definitely slow down too much. Oh, Juliana goes much faster than I expected. And the wet icy wheels don't make this turtle very easy. Maybe a drop to floor 8 is possible somehow, but I don't think it's right below there. Well, it's a good attempt, but the car will bounce all the way to floor 5, maybe flipping here. Yeah, well, at least something there. Well, feeling pretty confident. Usually players investigate this pretty thoroughly before going for the first try, but I suppose Juliano has maybe done some ice spins before, and that was a good try. That was a good try. It was the spin timing looked correct there, but just slightly off with the speed, but might be getting there. Next time, good work for sure. Really solid. Juliano with that, I think gets like top 15. Well, okay, a lot of people are tied on the same spot. Like you see, Bijans, Matt, Ixon, Granadi, Semifying, Juliano all have the same height. And that's basically not just the ice spin, because you reach that top height when you do this jump, I think. So when we look at this jump, you only get higher than this point when you get to I think the plastic wall here, but maybe even the half pipe. I think the half pipe might actually be like the next highest point on the map. So this one will get you maybe a little bit further up, and then for sure you will beat that height when you get to floor 11. So we now have how many players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players, somewhere between this section and this section. On the second half of floor 10, basically. Ali waiting for those dead turtles to work. Any specific reason why Elcon is not playing on this server? Probably to maximize performance and avoid any disconnects and, you know, unfortunate events. Elcon on 12 and Hazard on 13. Okay, interesting. See if one of those runs goes further. It's gonna be interesting to see how many of these players that are currently making really good progress, honestly, are able to finish once the event is over. Hazard is not on the server. We can check in on Hazard once the run goes far. I doubt Hazard is gonna see it, but I might as well just ask on Discord. I'll just message him and ask if fine. Maybe he'll see it. If it's okay. Did I check in? Yes. Ren, Hazard, Elcon, and Lars have held the Voltigard past like the half point of the map. All have held the Voltigard in the past week. Very good progress overall. Right. 1 second. I'll check for the permission. Elcon we should be fine with, but... Okay, I'll check if he notices. I don't want to do it without permission though. But yeah, the good news is that as right now, you know, we're very far on the map. We have reached the point where absolutely everyone will stream their attempts, because I think everyone kind of realizes that, okay, I might actually get like there's like a small chance that I actually get everything right, and I will be able to finish the run. So, like, it's very unlikely, but at this point when we are getting to floor 16, you don't want to risk it anymore. So I feel like every player will stream all of their attempts from this point on. So even if we are not watching all of them, we will be still able to have the streams there at least. So we'll not miss out on any action. Kuba's also vibing. I do wonder what Kubas thinks about floor 15 now that it's being cleared. Did we do it right? Did we do something a little bit different than what was intended? How close is Brent to final jump? So we actually counted the sections. There's 13 separate sections that we have on floor 16. Basically like 13 failable sections. Out of those 13, Bren has cleared 2 and failed the third one. That's basically it. Hazard fell to 13, gotcha. And Elcon falling down. Elcon recovering. Seems to be pretty consistent overall today, though. Really hope the floor 13 designer gives some commentary for his floor after the competition is finished. Yeah, Plexity I think has already promised to do that. Elcon falling. I feel like Deep Dip would still be addictive even if we never saw the actual map. And what we just saw was the heights going up and down on a scale. Maybe that's gonna be the design for the next one. Don't even do it in Trackmania. Just make like a game where you need to climb for 200 hours on like a one-dimensional scale. That's all I'm really looking at with these streams. In some very reductive way, that's what it is, right? Yeah, Simo has like the chat climbing game, yeah. Hazard dead turtle, ouch. Those we've seen a few times as well. I actually think that pretty much the only way to fail the original Bennett VOD map, the very first thing that these guys built, was that you would dead turtle. Like, that was the one way that you would generally, like, fail it. If you haven't seen the map, it's a very interesting design, and it's kind of cool how this whole thing has evolved. Oh, it's not here. Altered Bennett. Where can I find the map, actually? Sparkling maps? Maybe not here. I actually don't know where it could be. Some kind of a deep dip campaign. Well, I checked. Well, maybe Sparkling's Club, yeah, actually. I could find just the map with the TMX plugin as well. Sparkling. Well, not much there. Was it this one? Maps hard. Not there. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Getting Over It RPG. But this is a room. Oh well, I mean, I can just check it here. Yeah, this is the map. I actually finished this. This is a lot easier. Yeah, the room is not even up. It's gonna launch it. But this is kind of like the first thing that these guys built. And it's sort of it's a very different design, right? So you have a very close design this time. And sure, you can fall down from each floor, but when we look at the floor design, like as you get to these moving block things, and when you get to this floor, like it is actually very difficult to like fully fail this one. You often just fail like a section. And it's usually hard to like, you know, fall all the way down, for example. There's like a full underwater part here. And yeah, very few ways, especially once you get to like the higher places here, very few ways to have like any big falls, right? You can maybe fall like one floor down. So this is not Deep Dip 1, this is like the previous version. This is the getting over it sort of thing. So this is the first tower map that they built. So this is called Bennett 48 Might Checkpoints. Really interesting map. I guess there's some ways to like fall over to the side, but yeah, it's a very different design and much more forgiving, much more approachable. I honestly don't even remember finishing this. Are we sure that I did it? Well, yeah, there's my run on the leaderboard. Hazard has the world record on this one, by the way. Did I really finish this? Honestly can't remember. But alright, I mean, I guess the run is there, so suppose it happened. Yeah, you have a lot of these different things. I think there was like a snow floor that was pretty tough. Wasn't there? Yeah, this one. This one was pretty rough. Like, you need to navigate on these very slippery sections here. It's pretty tricky. And, you know, you also have to do ice slides here around these tricky sections. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And still very creative, but it's so much more forgiving. Like, generally speaking, if you just look at here, like, you will not ever fall down more than one floor. So it's just a lot more forgiving than Deep Dip 2, where you fail just about anything and you'll fall down, like, all the way, right? But we do have a lot of the same mappers. This, for example, is Virus floor. Very different design, but kind of interesting dirt tricks and some speed checks. I go outside the tower and such. And the ending also much more sort of forgiving. You just need to take speed and jump through the ring. Oh, was it Sparklings? Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry. Misremembered. Misinformation. This map is already hard. There's 151 people who finished this. I kind of remember having done the final jump, but honestly I can't remember getting through some of these floors before. But I guess I have to believe it since my time is on the leaderboard. Don't think anyone like played on my account to finish the map either. What plugin do you use on the left there? It is plugin that. What is the name again? Map info. Yeah, map info plugin. It shows the amount of players on the map. And some other info. Kind of useful. Unsurprisingly by Zertrov, as every plugin in this game is. Nah, there's others as well. There's others as well, but like it's kind of ridiculous how many plugins, how many like super great plugins Zertrov has been involved in. On Bennett VOD, there were only Spark, me, Flex, Rioter, Tekken, new player, goddamn. Berserk, Lentilian, and Takuber. Gotcha. Makes sense. Kind of in that early grind right now. It's pretty cool how almost all of those mappers have still stick to the project on DP2. You are indeed a plugin developer. Even more so, you are the plugin platform developer. There's a classic floor on this map. Yes. That is floor... I'm losing it. 6, yeah. Great floor. It's an emote, Floyd. You can see it on the stream chat overlay. You can enable emotes by using 7TV, browser extension, or FFC browser extension. Ixon on the grind again. Top 3 on Deep Deep 1. Probably will be able to finish this map as well. Probably not gonna take too long after the event ends either. Ixon is very good trial player, yeah. I mean, we just saw Ixon's run on the leaderboard on the Bennett VOD map as well. Might be able to battle for the leaderboard here as well. We'll see. Will it be a 100+ checkpoint map? Well, this one. We'll see. Oh, yeah, thank you, SMB. Sorry, I completely missed that as well. Thank you for the gift to Classic. Are there any really good non-streamer players playing this? Depends how you quantify it, because like, the players have to stream their final run, so they have also been streaming their, you know, journey, right? So in some sense, everyone who will battle for the prize pool is going to be a streamer, right? We could say that, you know, Hazard is not really like a streamer, right? Streams fairly occasionally, right? But it really depends how you quantify it, I suppose. Out of the public servers, the current top player is Bijans. who hasn't been playing on this server. I don't know if Pigeons has been streaming. Not sure at all. But has been making it to floor 10. Same height as these players who are only trying to clear the either the beams or the ice spin, or maybe the final half pipes. 1 second. Okay. Well, I did receive a message from Hazard, who has given us permission to check in on the runs as well, so... Big thank you to Hazard for that. So we can check when those runs get further. For now, we have a lot of players trying to basically get to those higher floors. The final third of the map. Juliana just had a huge run, one-shotting everything up to the ice spin on floor 10. Thank you, Enforcer. In return, Hazard will commentate when Villa reaches floor 16. No danger of that happening. So here, Ixon is gonna get towards the dirt wall ride. If you haven't seen this being done before, this kind of gives you an idea of what it is to actually get those floor 16 wall ride tricks going. The direction change that you have on floor 16 is not here. But you basically just keep the car in like an upwards angle, and you can flip it at the end like this. Is this dirt wall ride easier since it's a bit tilted? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't make too much of a difference. Does someone know? Because there is a map. There is a khaki map. That is like a big bowl. Okay, maybe I can find it. It has like a big climb. Great thumbnail. I have not finished it, I know that much. Okay, not there. I'm pretty sure it's in KR2. Not there. Maybe here. This one has the same technique, but it's not this map. This one. So, yeah. If it's hard to visualize this whole technique, here's a run from Viro. This map is a little bit different because this is like ice combined with dirt, but you can kind of see like how ridiculous this can be. So you get these dirt zoops that you slide along the ice. But this kind of tells you how powerful this trick actually can truly be. So you need to go all the way up, all the way down, and then do this jump, and I don't remember the ending. Oh, it's kind of... okay, it's one of these. Yeah, so this has been used a bunch. What was the... yeah, this one from Dragon also uses the same technique. So this is very well used in different kinds of maps. So here again, like, you basically do this kind of a climb. Yeah, these are both khaki maps. And here you need to do like a mega jump. I don't know if you need to do a mega jump. I feel like you can just land on the beam as well. That might be just a Voltigard strategy. So you normally stick to the dirt and bounce on the beam to finish. So no, you can try khaki maps, but don't try these. What you can do is you can try the khaki remixed maps, which are a little bit easier, like a different club. These maps are way easier, though they are very cool as well. But yeah, khaki reloaded maps are sometimes pretty rough. The keeper used this trick in the Bennett VOD map and had to build a safe way to skip it because we thought it was too hard. Yeah, I remember that as well. It's in the very beginning, or very first tower map as well. So I don't think anyone struggles with this kind of stuff. I feel like I could find more maps that use the same technique as well. But I can't remember them off the top of my head, so I will not try. But yeah, there's a lot of these kinds of weird techniques. Oh, here, actually. I did find one randomly. This map is pretty wild too. This is a lot harder. Like, these kinds of tricks will kind of put that floor 16 section in context, even though, like, none of these have the direction change. I've never seen that direction change being done before. So I don't know how that's gonna work. But for example, this map kind of shows like a more advanced way of using this. So you need to kind of like drop down and get the grip immediately. And this is pretty spooky. Very difficult to get the line going. And then you have these magnet blocks. And you can kind of see the strength of magnet blocks here as well. Bounce on the beam. And then get the reactor boost and fly to the end, because that's also a thing in this video game. So, you know, you can do a lot with that technique, and actually just getting the grip isn't the difficult part. It's more about, like, flying off. That's going to be the main issue that the players will face. So you can do so much with that. Now, of course, even if this floor 16 thing is not as, you know, cracked as these sections we have on, you know, khaki maps that, you know, are supposed to take hundreds or even thousands of attempts to finish one time. You still need to remember that you need to do all of the previous floors before you even get to attempt this one. So that kind of adds the difficulty. Adds to it. So yeah, this plastic bounce direction change, I have no idea how this works. I don't know what this is. But the good news is that you can practice it. You can test it out on this part before you do it. And you know, there's probably a reason why that is the case. It's probably not super easy to get right. So this direction change, and then you kind of stick to this, and you flip pretty late and land over here. That's gonna be the strategy. It is still a very scary, it's a very narrow section. But yeah, I'm not sure if this direction change has ever been done before at all, with like a plastic boat like this. Sunrise Reverie, thank you so much for the prime. We'll try the map after the event. It'll happen. It's actually against the rules, Shrimp, to rebuild parts of the map to practice. Were there any plastic blocks in the second khaki even? I think, yeah. Weren't there water as well? Water and plastic came out at the same time. Well, it's based on trust. I assume there's a reason it's not in DD2, the flying stuff? Yeah. The reactor boosts... The reactor boosts are not on the map for a reason. You wouldn't want someone to fly through like 3 floors. So it's very often that reactors result in shortcuts. Can I not? It came out like a month before second khaki. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like wasn't KR2 something where a lot of maps needed to be revalidated because of the patch before? Or was it KR3? I think it was KR2. Do you think Scrappier Virtual can catch back on top 4? Yes. I think so. Clean line from Ixon. Was a little bit away from that wall. Just to save the lane. I think what you could ask is maybe for older sections of released floors to have just the setups of tricks people ask to explain. And compile those into a demonstration video in a way that allows the tricks to be explained without giving the tricks away. I'm not sure what you mean. Like just having like demonstrations of like older parts of the map, like, you know, some floor 5 trick or something. I mean, I could just show the like wall record for that floor in that case, right? Yeah, exactly, miss. Hello, Kettle. Alright, back to floor 8. We have this flip timing here, that's crucial. Ixon gets it, goes for the backwards climb, very fast on it as well. Giuliano gets it too. Then the beam landing. Beam landing, one of the scarier parts of the run. Still, Ixon gets it done. Giuliano as well. Currently, Walter Gorge belongs to Bren. Got it earlier today. Hello, DJ Lars. Yeah, or I can just watch one of the players who's currently on the floor or the trick, you know. Yeah, that's fair enough, Kettle, but mostly we have some clips for like important sections that are hard to understand, I think. Or the practice floors, if needed. Flip. There it is. Now the speed check. Let's see what the strategy Ixon goes for. The sideways landing. That seems to be pretty good. What some players are still doing is they are kind of slowing down in the air and landing on the very edge, which kind of slows you down as well. Can be a little bit scarier if you don't do the sideways landing though. As, oh, Ixon does the upside down landing. Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional. Because Elcon used to do this upside down landing and then flipping the car back up. Not doing it anymore, but it's an interesting way of doing this part. A little bit to the side, but doesn't flip over. That's the main thing. I mean, if you get like an active turtle there, you can just keep it going, but oftentimes the car will just be immediately flat and not swing from side to side like this. The wheels do need to keep touching the ground for you to be able to move at all. Not sure if Lars has been playing today. Timing here. Pretty cool section. Timing the wheels to go over these narrow parts. A little bit scary. But I feel like a player like Ixon, with the trial skill set, is able to do this pretty nicely. Oh, just needs to climb. There we are. Lars has been playing today. Okay. Got a morning session? Gotcha. And the turnaround. Kind of like a night session, maybe. And then into floor 9. We have a whole bunch of stuff before a PB attempt. I'm not 100% where Ixon's PB would be. But it's somewhere between this landing here and potentially this half pipe. That might be a higher section, or just floor 11. One of the two. Elcon on 10, Hazard on 9. Gotcha. I don't know anything about virtual. I'm not sure if it's possible to play the game like not connected to the internet. Because I guess the game needs to verify that you have your club access and stuff. I'm not really sure if that works. Air brake. Kinda late there, but it still does work. So the players tap the brake to stop the rotation, the frontwards rotation here of the car. The danger, like if you don't do it, is that the car will rotate too much and the front wheels will hit this spot here, so they will not go over the turbo. So that's kind of what you're trying to avoid there. But you also don't want to air brake too early, because if the car is very flat in the landing, then the back wheels can clip the edge of the turbo there. So many things to think about. You want to air brake so that the front wheels are a little bit lower than the back wheels. Build this map in TMNF to practice. Yeah, sure. Famous plastic sections on TMNF. Voltigord is on the wheel hang on floor 16 by Bryn. Not clearing that section yet. Are you allowed to tune into Elcon stream as well on PB runs? Well, I was allowed last night, so I would imagine so. Oh, plastic landing. It's okay, well, it's gonna land into the pool on floor 8. Oh. How nice of Dundee to even put these fences. Not all mappers have been as generous. You think they will beat the map tomorrow? I think it's unlikely, but on some level it's possible. If you were a mapper, how generous would you be? Suppose it would depend on where my floor would be, because I think it's fine if like floor 1 or 2 don't really have big recoveries, because you can get back there fairly quickly. But if I was building a higher floor, then I would probably try to place like some recoveries. Like I feel like in general on the hardest tricks, I think maybe 4 floors should be like the max punishment for like very difficult sections. And then for like medium difficulty sections you could have like drop downs that go all the way. Maybe that's what I would do. No, it's definitely possible that someone beats it tomorrow. Like, the wheel hang is close to being figured out. The dirt wall ride is not too much. And also, Bren and Hazard were able to figure out how the... Ooh, Ixon. This will go to the right place at least, if it flips. If it flips. It will flip, so there's a recovery here. So again, I can show the clip once more, what Bren was able to figure out. So Bren was able to go onto the practice floor 8, drop down to floor 7, and try out a strategy. Try out this strategy here. Taking speed and jumping. And why this is important, why it's important that we now know that that's possible to do, jumping over the first beam and under the second beam, is because that is a section on floor 16. So that's done on the officially released floor 8 practice floor. And here we have a very similar, not the same, but very similar section. So here, now we know that it's possible. So it's possible that this will be one shot. We know that you can jump over the first beam, under the second. Then you land onto the ice and slow yourself down. That's it. So then there are difficult parts after, but you can practice. You can practice the wall ride. You can do that before you go into this section. And then the last like hard part from what it looks like is this, getting over the beam. And once you get to this point, then there's like a 50-50 chance that you finish the map, honestly. Maybe even like 75-25, because really the one difficult part about this is going to be the final jump. Like finding out the line, getting the speed and doing it. So really there's only the wall ride and the very like final parts of floor 16 that haven't really been figured out. And of course some of the simpler things could be very difficult too. But if someone gets a god run, or like a day when they are able to get to floor 16 like 3 times, which is not impossible, like Bren has already been able to get to floor 16 multiple times today. So you know, floor 15 didn't take that long to clear, right? And we were pretty worried about floor 15 as well. So I wouldn't say that it's impossible. that someone just gets like a god run. Maybe with some lucky recoveries, you know, like you failed something on floor 16 and you drop only onto floor 13 somehow and then you get back up. The nerves and pressure definitely, yeah, they will affect you so much. It's true. Hazard just fell to the bottom. Okay, okay. Imagine floor 11 was the top one. That would honestly already be like a pretty good challenge. Even if the map like ended on floor 11. But yeah, it is probably the hardest floor. Mostly because it's so unintuitive. And yeah, floor 11 took the longest to clear. I think like 5 days? Floor 14 wasn't many days at all, right? Like 3? Floor 15 similar. So yeah, it's not at all impossible that floor 16 would also be like 2 or 3 days. Really depends on the players. At the end of the day, like, it's just gonna be one run that you need to actually get everything done. Like the section where Ixon is right now is the most viewed section outside of the first 3 floors. This or the floor 8 turtle parts. Because the thing about floor 8 is that you often recover your runs into it, right? Clever getting here as well. Not quite fast enough. This is the benefit here, that you can redo this as many times as you need. Oh wait. Oh no, Ixon. What is even going on here? Somehow the car is gripping the plastic. It is moving. Yeah, don't ask me to explain this one. I have no idea what's happening. The ramp is getting steeper though. No. I cannot explain this. I mean, I can explain it to the extent that the front wheels are doing something on the plastic, but... Well, the default movement is still forwards. Maybe Ixon could go to the other side, actually. That would still end in the same place as well. Like, maybe going to the left could also work, if the car is just gonna grip all the way. Might try it soon if this one doesn't work. It is possible also that the default movement direction reverses, but if you kind of just keep it going... Oh, did it reverse? I think it reversed. Maybe it just lost the grip. I mean, it's fine if it reverses as well, I suppose, because it's again the same place, right? All of the, like, the right side, the left side, and the back side, those will all go to the same place anyway. It's just a longer wait, potentially. But I think it should be okay. Yeah, it's definitely moving backwards. So if it just keeps moving, then eventually it should be okay. Lover as well, doing the recovery. It's very common that players end up like doing this entire floor like 4 times before getting through it. And that's just because you can, right? On floor 11, you would also probably have those things happening if you could do it, right? But instead, you fall all the way down when you make a mistake. So, pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Yeah, Ixon can take like a 20-minute break. Over here, I think. It will be a while. Elcon back to 10, okay. Increase in playtime of your floor, yeah. I do think, like, just based on playtime, floor 9 for people who have reached this point is probably higher than, like, floor 7, for example. Who's Schmanil? A very good player who has, for example, done some shortcut official records. People often also bring up that Schmeil has won a lot of spammy of the days organized by the streamer spam. What floor do you think marks the beginning of a real run? Right now, like, potential runs start on floor 12, yeah. Because 11 is kind of like... There's like the 30% chance that from 11 you end up back in the beginning, or maybe to floor 8 or something if you're lucky. Here we go again, but Clover clears it. Nicely done. Gets to do the next section. Let me do this. Some players are very consistent on that. Like Hazard, for example, I think rarely fails the line. Cover. 1 jump remaining on this floor. Technically 2, I guess. Getting closer to PB. Should be good. There we are. Yeah, Clover beats Deep Deep 1, I think, very, like, just before Deep Deep 2. Doing pretty nicely here. Very strong player in the Royal game mode, which is, you know, has been a little bit... broken by the developers, we could say. Not really broken, but changes are not everyone's taste, let's say. But now maybe finding some success in different parts of the game too. Jumping through. Yeah, Kubas has built floor 15. Kubas was on the server not too long ago. Not here right now. But yeah, Kubas did build 15 and Jumper built floor 16. Do you really think all we noobs would let you go without explaining Royal game mode when it's broken? So, what it used to be was a 3 versus 3 game mode, where, you know, you would have like multiple teams with 3 players each. And your goal was to finish sections of a map. So you would have essentially like a white, green, blue, red, and black section on a single map. So whenever you finished one section, the white section is the easiest one in the beginning, then as soon as one of your teammates finished it, the rest of the team could also get to the next section. So you would be essentially looking to clear these sections, and then your team would try together to finish the final section as many times as possible to get more points than the other teams. So basically, kind of tricky sections. You could, you know, probably have like an ice spin on one of the sections. This kind of a thing could be a royal map part, like the hardest part. And then you try to do that as many times in a row as possible, so your team gets points, and whatever team has the most points at the end, like most cleared sections, will win the match. It's kind of a cool, kind of a fun concept. But Nario changed the mode. I think it's still 3 versus 3. I could be wrong on that already. But they changed it so that I don't think you can teleport to your teammates anymore. So everyone's kind of playing like very individually. And you need to clear like one part of the map multiple times to move on to the next section. And there's like a bunch of issues that come from the redesign where basically the point system is a little bit different, where it kind of rewards the wrong things. I can't remember everything, but for example, like if you get the best time on a section, so for example, if someone gets like the best time on the very first section, the white section of a map, they will get like extra points for the match. And you cannot go back to the earlier sections. So essentially, once someone has gotten the best time on the first section, and everyone has finished that first section enough to move to the next section, that point reward that they get from it is permanent, which already feels a bit strange to me. Oh, clever. Has to do a recovery here. Like, it would make more sense if you could go back and try to beat the other times later, but you can't do that. Good recovery. Very, brave, actually. That works nicely. High slide. Very controlled. Yeah, like, it would make sense from, like, a hunting perspective. Like, I'm not saying that it would still be good. Just depends what the royal community really wants. But the fact that you have like permanent records on the early sections, that feels weird to me. Because is it not better to then just like try to just farm for the best time on the earlier sections instead of finishing the sections? Like, you know, if you notice that you're on a slow run, wouldn't you just restart the section and try it again so you can get the extra points for the world record? I don't really know. Anyway, like, the royal community doesn't really like it. That's what I know. That's what people do. Yeah, that when I read the patch notes, I imagined like, okay, well, you're just gonna farm it, right? Which is weird. And like, you wouldn't really farm it if you could just go back to the early sections, but you can't do that. Well, clever. Back to the pool. Great jump. Then to the spin. Gets the second gear. Spins. A little bit off, but still land. Oh, this will drop down onto the dirt. Hopefully. Oh, floor 9? Okay, floor 9. Well, it's not bad. Not too bad. The hole is right there, of course, but yeah, it's a very difficult, very dangerous save, simply because you have these wet, icy wheels that you get before. But this time it works. What jump or obstacle do you like the best on Deep Deep 2? There's a couple of really memorable ones. I think the ice spin is very cool. It's led to like a really cool storyline. I also think the high jump, as punishing as it is on floor 11, has become like a cool storyline. The floor 14 turbo ceiling ending is also super dank. Pretty cool. This section is also very memorable. Just because there's 4 different ways to do it. Small variations, but still. And also, you know, people do it so much. Plastic bones? Which one? The wonky ice halfpipe at the end of 10 is the coolest one and no one can argue otherwise. It's not even that wonky. It's pretty well built, I think. A WR clip comment has the bodyguard. The messy jump is also cool, but maybe not on the level of these others. Oh, clever. Clips the landing. Needs to do a recovery here. Couple safe recoveries. Oh, trying to do the risky one. Taking speed. Oh, it's this one. Okay. So not quite the super risky one, right? Not the one where you land back here. That is doable, but very difficult. Here we go then. How would you rank the difficulty of floor 16 compared to other hard floors? Hard to say because we haven't seen it, right? I do think it's probably, you know, in the top 3 hardest floors though. Kinda looks like it, but we'll see. Played some royal matches. You have a lot of players that just wait and start when they know what time to beat on white and green maps. Yeah, it's strange. Strange format. Well, we haven't seen the entire floor, right? We've seen 3 tricks. There's like 10 that we haven't. 11 will probably be the hardest floor still. Landing in again. Very good. Clever looking, very promising. Can you fall to death on the practice parts of floor 16? It kinda already happened to Bren on the wheel hang thing. Got a very unfortunate landing in the pool below and bounced away from it. Not sure if the wall ride is possible to fail the same way. There are pools below. If you just get a very unlucky landing into the pool, then that can be weird. Eclipse, have been away a couple of days. Can you give a short status? Sure. So, currently, floor 15, yeah? Floor 15 starts here. You go from here, jump over here, jump over here. Take speed, jump, flip upside down, bounce, land, jump. Lars' personal best still in this section. So then you have the wall hug going here and flipping, and then you do this, land here, go around on the beam, then into the dragon, jump through, land here, into the pool, around the rings, into this point. Hazard is here. Hazard is on this point. Well, Lars might be further, but I haven't seen another PB. This was the PB, I think, last night still. It could be that this morning Lars has gotten further. So then, the ice jump over here, the zoop with the brake tap. Elkon has made it to this point. And Bren has been the only one to clear this jump. Clearing this loop, landing here, and landing here. Failed the wheel hang by landing upside down here. So that's gonna be the next section to clear. That is the current situation. Lars fell on the rings. Oh yeah, this morning. Lover, unfortunately. Falling upside down here. Tough times. Ixon still waiting for the car to fall. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a while. Kind of moving sideways along the ramp, I suppose. Well, it's moving. Eventually we'll save it. Probably. We shall see. Hello, Captain Cake. Why did they not design the practice section to be just slightly safer? Yeah, I mean, we could ask that on multiple floors. You know, it's just how it is, you know. I guess they wanted to keep it tense, maybe. Or maybe they legit didn't know that you could fail in some ways on these pools. Thank you, Sweet Chili, for the gift sub. Much appreciated. And no problem also. Okay, let me get some water. I'll hydrate a little bit. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Is it possible to find on which other players that aren't on the main server are playing? They are most likely playing on either this server or in solo. So you can load in the map on like a server where other people are connecting, or you can load it like locally in your game as well. And generally the players will either play on this server, which is a whitelist based server, or they will play it in solo. And you know, at this point players will most likely focus on playing in solo because it improves FPS and it also avoids like disconnects and other sort of events that can happen. So it's not really a server at all, it's a local session. High stakes situation with Ixon right now. I'm not sure if Ixon streams right now. But hey, it's worth. Hello, Ion. Oh wait, I think Sigfason got the quote earlier, didn't he? Is it possible to find their local session to spectate? If they're streaming, you can spectate on their stream, but you wouldn't be able to connect to someone's computer, right? That sounds illegal. I guess if you hack their PC, you might be able to pull that off, but... Oh yeah. Find their apartment. We're still moving. It's moving. So yeah, when you're upside down like this, the car will often move to some direction, usually either backwards or forwards. This time I guess it's going against the ramp, so it's even slower than usual, but hey, it's moving. Yeah, I do. Hey. This has honestly been like, I think half an hour to get from here to the end. But it will land safely. Like, it's very unlikely that anything weird will happen, because it will land onto the grass, and then it will roll down onto the pool. Hopefully without default movement, so it is worthwhile to wait. Can take a break during it as well. It is so much slower than usual, because I think it's trying to move backwards, and it's kind of like moving sideways because of the ramp. You can clearly see. You can do the mouse test, right? Oh wow, what is it doing? Kind of shaking. Is it actually moving? Kind of going back and forth. Nah, it's moving, I think, but it's just moving in a weird way because of the ramp. Why does this basic movement happen? I don't know. Some calculations, I suppose, in the code. It's moving back and forth because it's like going towards the ramp, and then it's like, okay, well, I can't go there, so then it's like kind of doing weird things. Ultimately, it's still moving like towards this edge, but yeah, it's kind of weird because it's moving like towards the ramp. It is so incredibly slow. I do wonder if the front wheels are moving faster, like if the car is rotating, because that is also possible. And that could actually rotate the car so that it's not gonna go over the border anymore. I do wonder if there's like slight rotation. That would be actually very, very unfortunate. Oh, I think it might be rotating, yeah. Oh, that's not good. If the shaky movement results in the rotation, then eventually the car will just be facing the ramp and it can't move anymore. Well, Ixon can definitely climb back up. I can restream Hazard and Elcon. Those I know. I think it's, yeah, I think it's actually rotating. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, if anything right now, I think it's getting further from the edge. Well, hopefully Ixon used this wait time productively. Getting a little bit of fresh air or maybe some food. This happens, this happens. Alright, not too many runs going right now. What do you think you should do when exiting the wheel hang on 16? I honestly don't know. I kind of thought that it could be that your goal is to exit it with the back wheels. So if you would find some way to exit this a little bit on like the left back wheel, that could maybe be the safest way. But it's hard to really say that. Hello, Argo. It could just be press forward. Press forward might be the way. Maybe not more complicated than that. Could be just about any input though. Maybe we'll see it done today. Alright, well, we'll wait for our players, I guess, to get a bit further. What is left after the wheel clip? 10 different sections. There's a couple tricky ones, like the dirt wall ride. Pulling an all-nighter for Brent stream. I'm not sure if it's worth it if I'm not allowed to restream it anyway. Which is completely fine, of course. I suppose I'll ask and check. I could just do, like, cast-only stream where I don't restream anything. But I'm probably not gonna do that, like, tonight. I can't do it tonight because I actually need to finish a map tonight. And that has to be off stream because the map is not public yet. That dirt wall ride, by the way, that we saw there, that is essentially the one thing that you have to do in a different form. No, not quite the landing. Oh, upside down on bobsleigh. I don't know if bobsleigh turtling is really a thing, though this slight angle here might make it more possible. But I think, yeah, as the momentum dies, it's not savable anymore. It could have somehow weirdly flipped if Yelena got to this point, but no. It was a good attempt, at least. It is for FTC, yeah. Brent's run is in the WR clip comment. You wanna see that. But yeah, basically what's left. There's these jump combinations. Then there's this jump between the beams onto the ice. The dirt turnaround, jumping over the plastics here. Another dirt zoop with icy wheels. Landing here. Like, it's hard to read how difficult some of these jumps are. This whole wall ride thing, going back and forth and ending here, that's definitely going to be difficult though. And then, once you clear that, now you're actually, like, you have a very high chance of finishing the map too. So going through all these parts, over the beam, landing here, now you're in the, like, final section. And then you just climb up, try the final jump. Not too much left at all. Not too much remaining. Yeah, the dirt wall ride is similar to the floor 4 section, but it is significantly harder. But you know, this one is pretty narrow as well, right? Pretty narrow. And the flick is maybe even more difficult in terms of like distance, but it's a different kind of a flick out of the wall ride because you need to do it kind of early so that you get the landing line. Well, pretty close though. Like from this view, right now Bren has reached this point. We can see the wall ride right there, and the finish is right there. So yeah, in the whole context of the map, we've reached like this point now. So definitely could be happening pretty soon. It's hard to say what the strat will be for the wheel hand. Like, I could see it being about just about any combination of inputs. It could be backwards, it could be left, it could be right, it could be forward. I could see, like, any of those working, really. Or some combination. Once it's figured out, I think it's gonna be consistent. But, gonna take some time. Okay. Well, clever. Back to floor 7. There's a practice part for the wall ride, but the exit is not the same. A different exit. Also, Bren failed the practice wall ride too. It's possible to not land properly into the pool and bounce away. Clean line. Clever doing really well. There's always a way to fall all the way down, yeah. Cyphers just found a pretty crazy cut on floor 7 and 8. Check the water guard on floor 8 practice floor. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you for the tip. What's that gonna be? Hold on. Hold on, Hugo. You improved the water guard by 52 seconds? Huh? Okay, alright, what's this gonna be? I will say... Okay, we already know what's gonna happen. To an extent. Maybe, we'll see. Okay. Dundi yesterday did say that he was surprised that people didn't find a way to skip the turtles yet. I'm guessing that it happened already. Alright, so... Oh god, oh... Okay. What? No. Huh? So, you know, the question before anyone says it, yeah, not viable. Not run viable. We don't need to ask the question. So you skip the first 2 turtles with this. Don't think Tundu meant this either. No thanks, Sesame. Oh god, I thought it would be another one as well. I think it's just gonna be that. Let's go have it. I What did I miss? Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing, Doondy. It's fine. We'll give it a second watch, but I think you know, you probably saw this coming, this shortcut. It's good, Apple. What about you? Hazard 12, thank you. So I think, yeah, the ending is standard, right? No, Dundee, it's okay. You can blame Techie. Fine. It's not even your oversight, necessarily. Thank you, SMB, for the gifts to Hugo and Have. Much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different turtle skip. This is what it is, Dundee. Such a ridiculous landing, honestly. That is so stupid how that even works. Wonder if it was intended? Sure it was intended, yeah. One of the intentional shortcuts on this map, surely. That's a big Waltergard strategy though. If it is doable, but yeah, it's looking pretty rough. Can't you do this from... Yeah, you can do this from floor 7, so this is gonna save even more time. Yeah, like you can just go directly from floor 7 on the full run into this. But you need to get such a specific bounce, I think. This is like a 1 minute 20-second time saver or something. Hey, congrats for partner, Have. Yeah, this is like a potential Watergore strat, but it's pretty cooked. That will be very difficult. Very difficult to go for. I will see, Have. I haven't applied yet. During the Deep Dip 2 thing, anyway. There could be some other stuff like this too, but I'm not really sure. It's hard to, like, visualize them. Could there be, like, something with the half pipe too? Probably not. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, I guess, what players come up with. Super cool, though. You got this down so quickly, Hugo. That is impressive. We could also check the floor 9 record. Oh, Tally has done a pretty good one here. Less than 2 minutes. Yeah, chaining this section in the beginning. No setup here, just going. Yeah, this... I wonder if this bounce was intentional. Or if it's, you know, something extra. A little bit of a different strat than what people do. Still need to line up for the jumps on this floor. It's pretty specific beats you need for these middle section jumps. Yeah, you need a combined floor version to actually practice the strat. It's a clean run.
The halfway mark, finally.
Yeah, there's still the voice lines here as well.
Now, question is, are you a glass half empty or a glass half full?
Bouncing.
For the sake, I hope
pretty solid. Pretty solid. Probably a very good way to practice as well. I think a lot of players are currently trying to get to floor 10 as much as possible. To kind of get like runs going on the ice sections. So this will help a lot. I don't know if we're gonna see more practice floors being released during the event though. It might just be that, you know, the next step is getting every single floor in. I do not watch Daisy. No. Might be someone else. Hover again. Floor 9. Hazard back to floor 14. Okay, we can check soon. Elcon on 13. Okay, okay. I did go through Bren's personal best. There's the WR clip comment that links to it. You're on 15, nice. Oliver looking very good on floor 9. Getting those attempts in on floor 10. Just the ramps. I do think the practice floors are already making like a big difference for a lot of players. We'd probably have way fewer players on like floor 9 right now even, if we didn't have the practice floors at all. Okay. We can checking on Hazard. There are no checkpoint maps. They're individually released official practice floors that you are allowed to play. Oh, over. Still ends. Let me do this, then I can switch in these things. Okay, yeah. Hazard right now on floor 14. Teams? Alright. I'll keep tabs on that one. Do you know roughly how long after the event they will release the checkpoint version of this? You'll need to ask the mappers. I'm washed, anomaly. I think floor 10 individual would still be fairly fair to be released just because it has one of the most difficult styles a lot of people are not familiar with. With ice would give players like Simo a good chance to catch up. That's true, but I think it's too late. Like, Simo, I feel, has already gained like a level of consistency that is like, you know, it's not going to improve that much during like a few days here, I think. And during the next few days, most likely there will already be a player that finishes. Yeah, we just watched it, Yuri. It's a big cut. Spin. Looks good. Clover is very confident on this. Hazard moving now. We can check in with Hazard maybe. Seems to be a very tough climb over the border. not as easy as climbing onto the platforms on floor 8. But yeah, Hazard, not on the server, but streaming. And getting to floor 14. The Viro floor. Feeling very confident on this. The turbo walls, contacting the wall there and bouncing over. Clean landings. But that landing, oh, it's an unfortunate one. That will probably be floor 10. Very unusual. It's gonna land onto floor 10. Oh, slides down the snow. That's floor 7 at best. Floor 6. Bouncing through. And will eventually land on floor 6. But yeah, not quite fast enough for the jump. Well, Lover already getting towards floor 11 in the meantime, and gets the flip as well. Very good. Now a personal best attempt as well. Hello, Janik. Tower is high. I remember the times when players were trying to get to floor 6 for the first time, and it seemed already so far into the map. And now, if you fall to floor 6 from a higher floor, it's seen as a disaster. Lover here on a PB chance. Needs to chain all these jumps together, landing all the way here. That's your next rest position, if you want to rest there. A lot of players actually chain all of this though. So they do go all the way here. And it seems to be okay, I suppose. Thank you, Last Ghost, for the 2-month Prime. Thanks for your coverage of this event. My pleasure. Nothing new tonight now. Brent's floor 16 attempts from before are still the top runs. Both Elcon and Hazard trying. Hello Sunday. Hello Simon. Let's see how Clover gets this down. Gonna be a pretty tricky section. We often talk about this floor 11 being one of the hardest ones, or even the hardest one. It could very well be the hardest one. And it comes down to 2 facts. 1, recoveries from this floor are absolute garbage. You will often fall all the way down, or maybe to floor 6, maybe to floor 7, but it's like you have the worst possible recoveries below you. Floor 10 has like weird ice lines below you. Clever trying now, needs to redo this. This will not be possible to do without chaining. So it needs to turn around, try it again. So that's the first thing. Very bad recoveries. Floor 7 also has like plastic that you will most likely bounce on and fly somewhere else. It's pretty rare that you will actually land on floor 10 or actually land on floor 7. Even floor 6 is kinda tough, even though it has more like flat ground. And the fact number 2 is that it's very unintuitive, because everything is in a weird angle. So, you know, when we first got to floor 4, we were kind of looking at it in the way that the difficulty is not really the jumps that you need to do, but the fact that everything is like tilted slightly sideways. Well, now you don't even have like one rotation on floor 11. You have everything rotated to like different directions. And the way these Trackmania pro players, these top players function, good recovery, is that they have this muscle memory for the traditional ways that things are built. So for example, this first whole block here, that's going to be on grid, which means that it's like a flat block in a specific point on the grid in the map editor. The Clover now goes in, gets the first landing. That's a little bit on the edge, but this is good enough. You can go for the next section. So for example, floor 12 is fully built on grid, which means that every block position is the standard position, the default position that you place blocks into in the editor. So that means that players know that, okay, the gap between these two blocks is going to be like one block. And you have intuition for a one block jump. But you do not have intuition for like a weirdly rotated, tilted 0.83 block gap, right? That's not something you have intuition for. So all of these weird lines, weird positions, angles, they make things so much more difficult. Clover doing pretty well so far and reaches the next point. Well done. So like the reason why floor 12 took 2 days to clear and floor 11 took like 5-6 days maybe, that's the reason. Because everything is so unintuitive. The PB updates a little bit slowly. Now gets to this tricky next section. Players are starting next to this light, so the setup is already there. And then the landing here, clean landing, jumping through, landing here. It's a very tricky jump. Floor 12 is shorter, it only has 6 total sections. But I feel like in terms of like speed checks and such, it might even be harder than 11. A little bit off to the side. This will fall, I think. Okay, it falls to the beam and flips back up. That's fine. So you can go back. Oh, maybe you can go back to the beginning of the floor. This seems easier to do than the recovery from this other beam. So, not too bad. Don't need to drop down to the pool on floor 10. So the recovery should be fine. You just go here and careful jump here. Don't want to land upside down. Should be okay. It's not just the roof slide on floor 11 though. Like yeah, the plastic halfpipe that was difficult to figure out, but like players are still to this day failing the high jump just before the plastic. They're still failing the spin jump, and they're still also failing this section that Clover has just failed. Like these are just very difficult sections. Careful jump. Is it gonna land? It will. Okay. Scary rotation there, but... it works. But yeah, the plastic half loop was definitely difficult to find the strat for. That's a little bit off. Oh, floor 10 is not gonna be below, so floor 7... maybe. Okay, well that was... alright. 2 very fortunate flips in a row. But I don't know where we are. I think you might be forced to go back to floor 6 from here. Floor 7 has these fake recoveries, where you can't do all that much. I think your best bet here is to go to floor 6. The middle parts. Oh. Over here, I guess. Thank you, Dundee, for this information. Elcon on 12. Okay. Hello, I came. Good PB from Clever. Getting to floor 11. That's a big step. And it's the next step for Ixon as well. Crazy to think that several people like Clever are still gonna play this for 1 or 2 months before finishing. They will need so much determination. I think it's gonna speed up a lot when there's the checkpoint version and the practice floors. Of course, like, it depends on the player. If they want to do it, like if they want to play those different versions, or if they want to finish the map here. I think the practice floors will probably be used by many, but whether the players want to finish this version before the checkpoint version, I guess that's up to them. But I think that will definitely speed things up so much. Was already discussed what you think Bren did wrong on floor 16 wallride exit. So the problem is that I think it can be literally anything. Bren did like a release into like a right directional input. I don't know how much that right directional input did. It could be just press forward. Or it could be press backwards. Or it could be press left only. Or it could be press forward left in the exit. Or the problem is that like I can see pretty much any single input or input combination working. I think that landing with back wheel somehow could be consistent. If there is like some kind of an input that does it, but I'm not sure if there is. So yeah, I don't know. Like it can be anything. It just has to be like tried. We'll see. Need to wait for someone else to get there, but it's probably not releasing acceleration. I doubt it's just not pressing anything. It's either PF or like press left or something. I don't know if it's gonna be like a input sequence. I feel like it might be just like one input that you need to do as you are hitting the plastic block. So what we're talking about is here. So how do you exit this? The plastic will push you a little bit, but how do you exit so that you don't land upside down? Because the plastic will just bounce you around. So it could be that you press left only and that somehow like steers the car so that it's gonna land like this. So back wheels first and it will land like facing this. That could be a possibility. Or it could just be press forward and it will land like this and then you slam the brakes as you land, hoping to not go too far. Or it could just be that you slow down by pressing maybe backwards as you get very close to this, and then it somehow like just works. I don't know. And I don't know if any of the players know. You can practice on the other side, but it doesn't have the same exit. Doesn't really prepare you for it. Yeah, maybe just like slowing down and not pressing anything, maybe that's gonna do it. It's honestly so difficult to tell. So this exit is different, right? It's like a full stop exit. It doesn't end the same way, so you actually can't really practice the exit. You can only really practice the hook, the wheel hook. But yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, the actual wheel hang is figured out. There was no question how that's gonna work. But Bren has already failed the exit from the wheel hang, which means that the exit is not at all automatic. You need to do something or not do something there. And what that is, who knows? Elcon on 13? Did you get the shortcut yet? The Elcon special. Doing it right now. We can check in. Missed it. Oh. It's too fast. Okay, whatever. Right. Oh, Elcon missed it. Oh. So probably gonna go to the plastic bounce or the some other shortcuts. Don't think it's gonna take a week for the first player to get through floor 16. I think it's gonna happen in the next 3 days. I could see someone even one-shotting the dirt wall, right, honestly. Because the technique everyone knows. All of these players know what the technique is gonna be. Just the turnaround will be something that, you know, can be a little bit tricky. But you can practice the turnaround as well. Brent did stream the World Cup run. It's in the WR clip comment. Thank you. We can check in on Elcon, I suppose, as well. Check how Elcon's looking today. Ixon will continue trying to get those runs deeper into floor. Okay, Elcon is on floor 6 actually. Just fell, I suppose. Okay. Floor 10, yeah, for Ixon. Trackmania video game. This will most likely flip when it hits the fence. Elcon has had a 2-wheel on this map before. But it was a different place, but I think once it hits this side, it's probably going to flip some way. You just need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. Might go upside down. Upside down is actually better if you can control it, because then you don't need to do the entire part again. If you somehow turn upside down, then you just need to be ready to control it. Well, what's gonna happen? Oh, it just bounces. Well, it's doing something new. Wow, okay. I think it's gonna flip the right way? I don't know, actually, what is going on? That was very fast as well. Hazard call it a day? Okay. If this doesn't flip at all, this is gonna be the strongest 2-wheel I've ever seen in my life. This is gonna be a really bad place to also flip the car upside down, because you don't have enough space to then go towards this platform. I think if it flips upside down, you need to somehow unflip it on this beam instead. You will not be able to make it to this part. You need to go kind of straight forward. Okay, well now it's rotating again. Upside down from this fence hit? Could happen. But it's so close to the fence that it might be uncontrollable. Still not. Are we going all the way back? This this is truly the strongest two-wheel. Yeah, I don't know. My reaction is the same as Clover's, honestly. You wouldn't want it to, like, go upside down next to the fence, though. Because it's gonna be uncontrollable, because half of the car will go under the fence, most likely. It's gonna be hard to save. End is the end of floor 16, and then you have Sparkling's final jump off the map. This is strange. Unusual. Well, I guess the next part is hitting this thing. That gonna do something? Ixon is, yeah, close to PB, but I don't want to miss the science of the two-wheel. Surely it's gonna do something when it hits this thing, right? Like it, well, either it will stop or it will flip. Okay. Just keeps going around? What? Like, how is it so stable? What? This is actually gonna go all the way. What on earth? Maybe the front wheel next? Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. Well, the front wheel... Okay, yeah, I don't know anymore. I guess we're just gonna keep bouncing. Going forward now. I have time, says Clever. Hard to say what Ixon's personal best is. Gonna be somewhere around this area though. Seems to have made a recovery. Maybe failing the spin. Okay. Oh, fails the first jump. It could be the pipe section. Generally when someone has 1140, it means they're somewhere between the first pipe jump there and the final half pipe. It's hard to say where exactly that's gonna be. Oh, it's moving backwards again. I generally don't know what's happening with two wheels. Like, Elcon also had a two-wheel over here, and it somehow flipped back up when it reached, like, this block. And this, I think, should be, like, flat geometry. So, I don't know what happened there, and I don't know what's happening here. I don't know if the game knows what's happening here. Hazard most unlucky bonk. I can check it later. Yeah, I can check it soon. A lot of unlucky things. on this map. It is actually kind of crazy how often the car just barely bounces from some recovery and you fly off the map. Really? Where is the car going? I don't understand what's going on. It's moving so fast as well, even without any inputs. Is it just gonna follow the fence all the way through? Like, over here, and then maybe flip from the edge? What? That it? Well, now it's leaving the fence a little bit, it looks like. Reminds me of that impossible TMNF track you had to complete with two-wheel. Yeah, there's a two-wheel section on Final Enigma, for example. It's not quite like this, though. Eventually it has to, like, either flip somehow or go over the edge. Or did it actually get stuck now? How? Where? How? How would it be stuck like this? What, just like on the... on this fence? Huh? Seems to move with the acceleration a little bit. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Makes absolutely no sense. But it is moving again. Is this the intended strategy, Dundi? This will actually take like 2 hours if it's gonna go all the way here. There's no chance. You planned for this, nice. Don't think the horn affects the direction here, but I could be wrong. Alright. Yeah, I guess maybe it's gonna go all the way. Or it could flip when it gets this point. This is gonna, you know, be a little bit different. Yeah. Deep Deep 2, day 27. That's what it's become. On the fence about the technique. Or the mechanic. Understandable. This will actually take hours. And like, what's even the outcome? I feel like it might just fall off here. We can check the hazard bounce in the meantime. Oh. Cool. Really what goes wrong here is like the entry to the plastic. So whenever you get like an unclean entry to the plastic, the car will not slide along the plastic, it's going to bounce around the plastic. And basically what you have to rely on is that the final bounce from the plastic still goes towards the pool. But we can see here that the car like hits the plastic at the end of the half loop or the half pipe, and then it's gonna bounce more to the left than wanted. But yeah, of course, like this is so close that it's even more painful through that. That is tough. Oh, here's Clover again. Is it actually stuck now? Oh, it might actually be stuck. No, it's moving. Very slowly, it seems. Great. Started from over there. Taking a shower. Okay. I guess the car will just keep going in the meantime. How do boosters work if turtling? Do wheels have to touch the surface before boosting? Yes. Basically the game is, like, pretty much everything on the game is based around, well, most things are based around the wheels touching the ground. You can probably get, like, like, for example, if you land into the pool, I don't think the wheels need to touch the water for the car to, like, flip over. So, I suppose some things don't rely on the wheels touching, like, a specific surface or an effect. But yeah, like, for example, you can turtle over, like, an engine off block, and if you do it right, if the wheels don't touch the engine off block, then it will not affect the car. Same with turbos, and pretty much every effect, I guess. Okay, how's Ixon doing? Current water guard is on the third section of floor 16. 10 sections remain on that floor. So the Ixon went to take a shower. It was a very quick shower. Clever, I mean. Did I say Ixon? I don't know. Oh well. Suppose we're waiting for that. Is it laggy? Should be fine on my end. Maybe Twitch has something going on though. We'll see. We'll see what Elkon can still do tonight. And maybe Lars is also doing a late session. I will not be able to cover if Lars is gonna play for very long. Because I need to finish a map tonight. And I can't do it on stream. So it's gonna be a little bit shorter session. Maybe like an hour more or so. Next beam. This will actually take forever. Seems to always go back to the fence too. I honestly feel like this is gonna be the next point where something can happen. And if something doesn't happen there, then it's maybe here. And if something doesn't happen there, then it's maybe, well, it's gonna be here. Like, eventually the car will just fall down this slope. Elcon on 10. Gotcha, gotcha. Not core 2, but it's a weird map. Well, Ixon in the meantime, also getting floor 7 going again. It is cool to see that a lot of players are improving their PBs. Clover also got a PB today. Getting further into floor 11. Guess Ixon is getting to Clover pretty soon. We'll see. Got much better. That's good to hear. Glad you're enjoying. A little bit of a slower day, but you know, I mean slower also for Clover right now. How much? What is this run? 1 hour only? Okay, not quite yet on the hazard levels. Not yet the 3-hour mark, but it's probably gonna get there. Honestly, I don't know how long this will take. I'm gonna guess like half an hour to get to like this platform. Well, Ixon is soon there. This is unbelievable. I feel like the Alcon 2 wheel took like half an hour as well, and that was like much shorter, it felt. Like the distance wasn't more than like 2 blocks or so. Well, so this is what you need to do here, not the 2-wheel. The 2-wheel is not part of the strategy. You need to drive upside down so you flip the car onto the next place. Can't drive up on these higher platforms normally. And that is what Clover tried to do as well, but then, you know, the 2-wheel incident happened. Son. Good landing. Should be good to go. Just this bobsleigh landing. There we go. And oh, going for the shortcut. Might have practiced the practice floor a little bit. You don't really skip anything difficult with that, but if you can do it, why not, right? The Deep 2 experience. There's something happening though. The car is actually now off the fence. And it's moving backwards. That's not good. I will say that there's a chance that as it gets to the edge, that it will still flip back on 4 wheels. So I think it's worth waiting. Especially because the car's front is pointing like... it's gonna point towards the platform. So we'll see. No, there's no inputs that really affect this. Once you're here, it's... You just wait. God. Judith beats floor 8 on practice today. Nice, Janik. It's kind of a very technical floor. Like, you know, a lot of these players are very used to this turtling technique because they play maps like this, but for someone who hasn't done this before, it's gonna be much harder. It depends on your skill set. Alright. It's soon on the edge. I wonder what's gonna happen if it turns upside down. Like, maybe you can somehow still keep turtling, but I think it's gonna be unlikely. Okay. Moment of truth. It's definitely not gonna two-wheel off the edge. That's not gonna happen. It's gonna flip to one of the sides. Maybe upside down. Looks a bit more likely. Oh. Hello. What? Surely it's gonna flip. Oh! It flips! It saves! There we are. Worth waiting, I don't know, half an hour for. One of the saves that we've seen. Now, better get this on the second try. For a moment there, I thought it would actually follow the curve. But no. Fine. Elcon clip? Okay, let me check in just a moment. Well, maybe... let's check the clever second attempt, the redemption run. Does Clover still remember, after all that time, how to play the game? There it is. Entry, good. The turtle is working. And then the flip. Timing. That's good. And we're on the ledge. There we are. Alright. Well done. Alright, so what's the Elcon? What's the Elcon situation? Alright, floor 10. We are on the pipes. Into the water. Just what? What? What am I watching? What is happening today, really? What are we doing? I mean, I understand what's happening, but this is a very bad sequence. Very unfortunate chain of events. Okay, so you land into the water upside down, and you bounce away a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's fine. It can happen. So the car is trying to like flip the car to like a random direction. That's usually what it does, right? Water is pretty weird. So it starts flipping the car like backwards, and then you go and you hit the beam. And you get airtime, and because you get wet wheels from the pool, the wet wheel airtime is very strange. You get like this weird breakdance thing, and the car kind of just flips over because of the wet wheels. And then you fly onto plastic, and the plastic slides you because that's what plastic does. You get this weird bounce at the end as well. At this point, it's already GG. And then, yeah. This is just like what water does, right? It's such a ridiculous chain of events, though. Oh god, today has been pretty cursed. One of those days. Well, Clover already back to floor 9. 30 minutes of deep dip and I'm already tilted off the earth. That could be the intended experience. Hello, Samovar. Could he release just to drop dead in water? Well, I mean, I don't know. Could like pressing left there alter the you know, events? I mean, probably, but it's, you know, always gonna be a different set of variables. It's just you don't really expect much to happen there. Once you fly off the water, there's nothing you do anymore. Then it's just the game doing the wet wheel airtime and the plastic stuff. You wouldn't really expect the car to even like flip backwards in that kind of case, like that kind of water landing. There are some pretty weird like khaki maps where you need to have like specific water landings, and you do that by having very specific lines into water. One comes to mind where you actually do need to get a backwards flip. We can check Ixon's run here, trying to get this one. What is it? It's, what is the map? Do we have any khaki historians in the chat today? The map that you have, like, in the beginning, you have a water bounce, and you land backwards, and you go, like, over a red turbo onto a beam, and then you have a plastic bounce back to the same beam, and then you have to, like, flip into the finish. It's wild how whenever something weird happens, there's always a khaki map as an example for what happened. Because that's how people built them. Something weird happens, and you know, a mapper sees it, and their first thought is, I wonder if I can build that into a khaki map. One before most recent khaki. I think it's like 212 or something, I feel. Oh, very weird line there, but Ixon comes onto the ice. Fortune line. See if Ixon can maybe get to the ice slide. The ice spin section. It does seem like this could be personal best though. The height kind of makes sense here. Clearing these pipes. That might be it. Okay, line looks good. Very centered, and then that's a 1 meter PB. And jumping, and it will work. Clean landing as well. No weird airtime. So into the ice spin. Oh. That's probably a personal best. 100 speed gets you the second gear, you start the ice slide, then you brake very hard, and then you counter steers the other direction. Jump over here. That's it. Sounds pretty simple, but the timings are hard. When I was trying to find some concepts for my khaki maps for the previous edition, I was actually playing a lot with like water jumps and like water wet wheel airtime. And I couldn't like really find anything crazy. I kind of found, you know, something, but it's not like anything super wild, because anything like interesting that I actually found was either too consistent. Oh, the spin. Clever. Goes for it. Nicely done. Ixon gets a free GBS from there. So it was either too consistent or it was too inconsistent to have like a basis for a map there. It was actually 212. Yeah, okay. So many links. Okay. Alright. Hold on, guys. Let's check these runs that we have right now. Actually, oh, let me find Ixon here, so we don't miss the spin attempt. Gonna be the first spin attempt. Same clip. Okay. Lover to the half pipes. Jump through. A little bit too far to the right side. Oh, that's gonna fall. The car gets a little bit too much grip, which usually tells that it's too early. The spin is too early. Or the turnaround. Well, Ixon going now as well. Gets the spin. Is it enough speed? Wow. Great one shot. Very clean. Wonder if that was the first try, actually. It's hard to tell from the height itself. But I'm guessing... Okay, it might be that Ixon has actually done this section before. Or maybe Ixon is just really good at ice. Because that is not a line that you do unless you're very confident in what to do. Height doesn't change here yet. But just the fact that Ixon is stopping kinda gives me an idea that maybe hasn't done these sections before. This half pipe can give a height GB. Floor 11 will definitely do it. Hi Ben, also... Oh, Ixon already going. Oh, okay. Let's see then. Ixon is a known trial player. So, similar skill set to someone like Hazard. But ice? Maybe not really. Oh, this is PB. Okay, so Ixon did have these previous sections done, and now it's time for the half pipes. Usually what we see people do is they start a little bit on the right side, and this is so that you can take a left side line when you go uphill. And then you turn around to the right, so you kind of compensate for the space that the right side turnaround will take. Lover turned a little bit too early, so he had a little bit too much grip in this turnaround. So you need to do it like pretty late, or you need to do some like brake tap strategy or whatever. You can turn around in different ways without going too far to the side. But if you just turn, then you need to get a little bit of airtime during it. And then jumping from here, the icy wheels will push you a little bit to the side. So you need to be prepared for that to happen too. Best landing is like a little bit before the middle point here. You can also, of course, turn to the left side. Like, you can start on the left side here and then do the turnaround to the left. Yeah, I don't really know if there's, like, a specific reason. I suppose when you do the right side turnaround, you might have, like, a bit more space to then jump to the plastic. But, like, I don't really think it matters all that much. Well, the line works. Turnaround is good. And now the jump to the plastic. It looks clean. Did it get a landing bug? It landed just on the seam between the beam. Oh, but no, the line itself is not good. Oh, that's a rough one. Well, the car is turtled. Maybe savable. That's tough. Cars moving forward, I guess it will flip. That could be something. It could be that the icy wheels kind of threw Ixon off guard. I mean, it's kind of like when the wheel lands just on the seam between the plastic and the beam here, you can get a slowdown on the landing. So doing like a small wiggle could make sense because you haven't done this before and you try to compensate for it, but it's hard to say. Yeah, the wiggle will always be for speed. It's a speed slide that you do. Small, very narrow drift. Supposed to give you a bit more speed. And it does give you speed, but yeah, the line might be a bit harder than... harder than as well. So about the water bones... There's maps like this. Actually, finish this map. Time is pretty weak, but... So in this map, you need to get like a very specific rotation to flip the car backwards. So that you chain this next section, land on the beam, and then you get a plastic bounce with a reactor back to the beam, and then you jump to the finish. So, if you do this jump in like a little bit wrong way, which I can demonstrate here, most likely, so you just kind of flip like this, it's not gonna flip the right way, it's gonna flip like in a weird way, sideways or in some diagonal way. So it's actually like pretty specific what you need to... how you need to land into the water. So water bounces can be very strange sometimes. The game might require some very precise line to land in a... to do like a strange flip. Don't think I'll hunt for a personal best on this map right now. Probably several hours that it takes to finish that map. But the Volta card is gonna be essentially the same. It's just faster. Better landing, more speed on the landing. But it's the same strategy. Yeah, it's just faster. Faster landing. That's what it is. So what was the new Elcon situation? Floor 6, it seems to be. So this one makes sense to an extent though. The way this works is that this glass over here, this is actually plastic as well. So it will plastic bounce you if you hit it upside down like this. So this sort of is like... that's how it works. And you know, it doesn't seem that unlikely that you would hit it, but yeah. A little unfortunate, of course. Probably has happened to someone else too. That one, yeah, at least it's just a plastic bounce. It's kind of hard to know always what surface these things are, but that is indeed plastic again. Elcon has a lot of these weird things throughout this whole grind. It's true. There's gonna be a little bit of lunge to the plastic though. The wood grip there, pretty weird, but that's what it's gonna be. Misses the plastic. Oh, still lands though. It's kind of crazy how this is the most generous recovery on this entire map. Or in the entire floor. I guess you could say, like, you know, well, at least this ice thing is pretty recoverable. Like, you know, you can usually recover this. But yeah, a lot of these sections are really miserable to recover from on floor 7. Just really tough. I suppose the final jump also. The final jump, if you're too slow, you can land here and restart the floor. But yeah, very difficult to get runs going from this floor. Hello, Spez. Back into the wet wheel plastic. This one also tough to fail. Like, anytime you have wet wheels or icy wheels, the recoveries become so much more difficult just because if you fall, that means that now you're falling with wet wheels or icy wheels, which means that if you land on some platform, you're less likely to be able to actually get the grip there. And more likely to just slip away again. Continue falling. Ixon overall looking pretty good though. This jump will be a little bit too close to the hole though. This is one example of the not generous recoveries on floor 7. I feel like if there were two things, like a recovery on floor 7, like just like 3 more recoveries on floor 7 that got you back to floor 6 or something, and like 3 more recoveries on floor 11 that got you back to floor 10, I feel like the map would probably already be finished, honestly. Those would help so much. It's just... oh, it's so difficult. So difficult when these things happen. Almost always going to result in falling all the way down. But well, I suppose it makes reaching floor 8 a little bit more sort of rewarding. Kind of a relief. I'll continue the snake recovery. It's kind of ironic as well that the snake recovery is also a floor 7 recovery. Like the one floor where recoveries are already insanely difficult has also this ridiculous snake recovery route. Snake didn't work. Yeah. If you had to bet 48 hours and the map is finished. I wouldn't take that bet. 72 hours. Now that would be a bit tempting. I think it can happen in 48 hours too. I think it's possible. But yeah. "48 hours of gameplay, definitely, yes, that's probably gonna happen. But like 48 hours for every player here, yeah, I think that's probably a pretty safe bet. Someone will finish. But the next 2 days, don't think so. don't know how long it's gonna take for all 3 podium players to finish though. I don't think it's gonna take too long after the first player finishes. I feel like maybe... I don't know, because like at the same time the pressure is off a little bit once one player has finished. I think like within the same week at least all 3 players will finish. So like after the first player finishes, I think it's gonna be within a week that everyone finishes. Bren will finish in 10 hours of gameplay. Ambitious bet. But we'll see. How did Hazard do today? Not as he would have wanted to, I would imagine. One of the top 5 players should do a deep dip subathon for the win. The problem with that is that you will be so inefficient when you reach like hour 10 on your session even. Like doing shorter sessions will just be so much more efficient. So you might actually be less likely to finish within a week if you play like 14 hours every day, because you will be so exhausted and so unfocused. Elcon could still, I suppose, make it to floor 16 today. And I suppose Lars also, if Lars gets to another session today. Possible as well. Or is streaming now? Okay, interesting. So maybe we'll see some progress there as well. Is Lars also playing in solo? Floor 9 right now. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think everyone's gonna be playing in solo just to avoid like weird situations on the server. Well, I'll need to ask Lars about restreaming as well. It might get pretty weird towards this end. Of course, like, it's completely fine if they don't allow it. But I will ask and see if it's alright, but that's probably for tomorrow. We'll see. It's gonna take multiple days anyway to clear these floor 16 sections, because it does seem like a lot of the sections will require like a little bit of science as well, figuring out what exactly to do. And the recoveries on floor 16 are not generous enough that someone could get like a run in there that would actually result in like a loop where you can get like 15 attempts on the same run on some section. I feel like as soon as you fail, then that's the end of the run, pretty much. Hiding inputs is completely fair, of course. Like, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's a solo competition. This is not fast enough. Unfortunate. But good recovery. Good recovery. From now on, everyone's going to stream their sessions, yes. And I think they will also play off the server, because server can result in weird things, and you definitely don't want your run to end because the server had some hiccup or disconnect or whatever. Bren is looking really good, yeah. But also, we need to remember that, like, here is the Water Guard progression. If we go from floor 13, right? Floor 13. Okay, Bren reaches floor 13 first. Then Bren misses the turbo thing in the beginning and fails it. I don't remember every single detail, but this is roughly how it goes. So Hazard is able to get like pretty far into this floor. I think Bren was the first to Bren was the first to get multiple runs into this floor. Was able to first get to the start, then get the turbo, chain those jumps and get all the way here. Accidentally finds the shortcut and is able to get to the plastic bounce, right? But doesn't figure out the plastic bounce. So getting here, not further. Then Hazard comes, and Hazard is able to figure out the plastic bounce. Lands it over here. And then Hazard tries to do the half pipes, manages to do it, makes it all the way to the wall ride as well, but fails the wall ride. So Hazard gets all the way to the wall ride. Then Lars comes, and Lars is able to improve getting all the way to the final jump. Then Bren comes again, and Bren is actually able to clear this jump and get all the way to floor 14. And Bren makes good progress here as well. Is able to get, I think all the way to, oh, I can't remember where this Water Guard went. Anyway, Bren gets the Water Guard here, and at some point we are in a situation where Hazard is able to reach this point as well, and they are tied over here for the Water Guard, right? And then Hazard is able... At some point Lars, I think, came back to floor 14 as well, at least very close, maybe not getting the Water Guard, but very close as well. So then Hazard is able to do this section, gets the ceiling turbos, gets to floor 15, first to reach floor 15. Then Lars is able to get all the way through here, jumping through, bouncing here, landing this jump. So now Lars has the Water Guard. Then Bren is able to get the Water Guard, getting all the way to this beam landing. Then Hazard is able to get the Water Guard, right? Getting all the way here, getting into the dragon, and clears everything until this ice slide. And then Elcon comes and is able to clear this section, getting onto this part. And now Bren has taken the Water Guard. So like we have these 4 players in the last few floors that have constantly switched the Water Guards. And at the end of the day, like, the consistency is one thing, and the consistency will help you. But what matters is that one run, right? It doesn't matter how many runs you get to floor 16. What matters is that one run that clears this final jump. That's what it's gonna matter, right? Like, sure, the consistency gives you a good chance of getting there, but at the end of the day, we have Hazard, we have Lars, we have Alcon, who have all been able to hold the Water Guard in the last few floors. So, who's to say that they can't do it again, holding the Water Guard by clearing the final jump? So, I do think that any one of them can do it. How many runs you get to floor 16 at some point will just not matter. Because what it comes down to is that one moment on the run where you jump towards the crown and then you either make it or you don't make it. So Bren is like a pretty good bet for the win, but I seriously think that it can be any one of the 4 players. I don't think it's gonna be anyone else at this point. I think it's getting a bit too late to catch up. Because even though Schmoniel got to floor 14 today, it's still, like, you know, Elcon Lars and Hazard and Brent, they just have so much more experience on floor 14 as well, and floor 15 too. Elkon did pick up floor 15 really quickly too, so I guess it's possible. So yeah, Schmanuel maybe could still like get pretty close to the podium, and I do think when we're talking about like top 3 finish, I do think like Virtual has a chance too. Maybe Scrappy as well if Scrappy keeps the grind going. But like if we're talking about the winner, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be one of the 4. But who is it gonna be out of the 4? Bren, Hazard, Elkon, Lars? That is too difficult to say. Bren did have the best day out of all of the players today though. The final jump is definitely press forward. So how the final jump works, you need to go around in a circle, get some speed, try to build the best possible speed, and then go here, and then just jump forward. This quarter pipe will push you a little bit forward as well, not only up. So you go here, and if you hit this red line here, that's gonna be the finish. And if you don't hit it, then you, well, you go down. You don't need to practice anymore, you need to run. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no question about getting consistent on floor 16. Your only goal is to finish it one time. Bren PB flip is WR flip. Comment. How many players will finish the map in 1 month since first finish? I think like 10 maybe. Oh, Virtual's in the Ludwig event. Oh yeah, okay, it's right now. It was just announced, so I figured it would be later, but actually good point, yeah. Alright, so I think Virtual is out of contention then. Yeah. Virtual not gonna be on the podium, I suppose. Good point. Bren, Hazard, Elkon, Lars. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the safe bet, right? It's true. It's true that Bren is looking to be the strongest one. Hazard is looking like those runs are, you know, very good as well. And Hazard is really good at finding new tricks out. Bren, Hazard, Elkon, Lars. Actually, not the current leaderboard order. Current leaderboard order is Bren, Elkon, Hazard, Lars, but, you know. Elkon and Hazard are separated by one section. Virtual will definitely finish. But probably after the event then. The Ludwig event is a speedrun event. I don't really know what it's about, but there's a lot of people involved. Do you think the top players will start playing insane hours at some point near the end? I think if we reach a point where one player is like at the end of floor 16 or has failed like the very final jump or something, then I do think other people will kind of like push themselves, yeah. But I feel like at the same time, all of the players know that playing like 14 hours a day is not going to be efficient, so they need to like rest as well. suppose it depends on the player. Like, if you feel like a lot of pressure about someone else finishing before you, then that might make you play even worse. It's hard to say. If you like really, really want to win, and someone else gets very close to the finish before you... Oh, Clover falling down. That might be pretty rough mentally. First person to get to the final jump is, yeah, that's a nerve check. The good news is that you can retry the line. You can test it out many times. You don't ever need to commit before knowing how much speed you can get. So you don't know how much speed you need. That's the disadvantage. Once someone gets an attempt, they will know what speed you need. End is the end of floor 16, and then there's like basically the final jump remaining. That's really the only thing you need to worry about. I don't think the final jump will be maxed out. I think it is probably not the hardest jump on the map, but it will be the hardest jump on the map when you're on the run where you know you need to make it. One interesting thing I wonder about is if this is gonna act like plastic. If this corner will act like plastic, because the plastic block is kind of overlapping the sign block. Oh my god, what is this flashing as well? It's probably doesn't though. All it yesterday, players are now going in the dark, playing off server. Well, that's not going in the dark. If they're still streaming, right? So this surface, the sign surface, that's tarmac. So this is not a slippery surface. You can drive up to 600 speed on this, which you will not be able to get on this, and you will not slide. On the plastic, you will slide. So if you cut the corner here, you will get a small drift, and then you go over here. This is the Uber floor, not enough speed otherwise. Cool. I do think the plastic is probably low enough that the tarmac still takes priority here. What even is this block though? Is it like a... Oh, it's like a downward slope. Okay, yeah. So then, yeah. Then it doesn't affect... Okay, that makes sense. Alright, just, you know, looking for, like, weird overlap. What do we call it? Well, we just call it playing in solo, because then you don't need to worry about random disconnects, weird lag spikes on servers, lower FPS on the servers. Like, it's just better. Just better to play in solo. Like, you know, the players have so far been playing for the social aspect on the server, but, like, now, because they want to finish the map, you're gonna take every possible advantage you can, and that means also playing in solo to get better performance and avoid weird things happening that happen on servers sometimes. Lots of clipping blocks. Yeah, there's a lot of flickering, but I think it might just be due to, like, the macro block sort of assembly stuff. Lars on 14, okay. I haven't asked for permission to restream though, so I can't do anything about it. We might actually make this a shorter session. I do need to finish a map off stream. So maybe I need to get to that. I have a deadline. I'm already late with the deadline, but I did get permission to to do it a bit late. Yeah, maybe that makes sense, since we mostly, you know, have Elkon and Lars are playing in solo anyway, so maybe it makes sense that we could do that. Still a fun session though, overall, with clubbers, 2 wheels and everything else. Very cool. But, probably not that all. I mean, a lot depends on how this event evolves, honestly. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. But I'll discover it later for sure. Like, eventually I will definitely discover it, but maybe not just yet. Any plans on doing the map yourself? Yes. After the event, I will try the map, and I probably finish the checkpoint version. Also, you think DB2 won't be beaten this evening? I wouldn't count on it, no. Essentially would mean that Elkon or Lars will one-shot the entire floor 16, which sounds like it would be the biggest achievement in Trackmania history. Like, honestly, that would be probably the greatest thing that anyone has done in Trackmania. So, if you believe in that happening, maybe. But, you know, it's gonna be tough. Tough times, honestly. Alright, maybe I throw you guys to Lars. Lars doing floor 14 right now. Could be on a pretty good run. So yeah, maybe we do that. But very much appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you had a good time. We will keep checking out this event. I'll also double check with these players like Lars if it's okay to restream, but if it's not, that's okay, because we can just not restream. We can simply have like just a cast thing here, and then we don't show any gameplay or any audio, and you can have 2 streams open if you want to do the cast. So that could be a possibility, but I will ask. At least Hazard was fine with it earlier, so. Alright, but we're gonna be back tomorrow again. And yeah, see if it's okay. Oh, Clover also said it's okay to restream. Oh, that's fine. But Clover is playing on the server anyway. So I'm talking about like the players who are like off the server. Though of course it's nice that the players on the server are also fine with it. In general, like I've talked with the players and I've, you know, said that okay, is this fine, and they're generally fine. So, you know. But yeah, very much appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in.